Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は148日目です。It's day 148. The countdown is nigh. What are we? 3 days away, including today? 3 days away, including today? We had one yesterday. Wait. Just kidding. Yes. All right. Amatsu. To preserve. So I'm gonna do a different thing here, and I'm gonna pivot and use bow, right? Bow, and say something like what is Bart Simpson? What is Bart preserving? Tomatoes, right? And see if that reinforces anything. And I feel like if Bart was in the, the post 2020 age, I could kind of see him be edgily referring to tomatoes as tomats, possibly, because he's a goober. Try it that way. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna get into our review today. It is almost 7. 5 minutes from 7, so we'll pick up those last 2 reviews. Okay. My voice is a little bit harsh today. Okay.
男性 深夜
基本
人参
Heck no
周り
周り
完成
完成
望む
望むYep.
せっかく
せっかくせっかくOh no. I just got this. Now the HanziHero's mnemonic is overpowering. Hold. Hold. Okay.
陽気
Yoki. Oh, wait. Okay. I mean, energetic is lively, so fine.
彼ら
Ugh. Again.
例えば
例えば。
のぞみ
望み。
せ
で、
例文
例文。
性格
性格。
マイル
マイル。
理性
理性。
希望
希望。
念願
念願。wait.
例外
例外。That's fine.
完全
安全。
願望
願望。wait. Hold up. 願望。Oh.
執念
執念。
完了
完了。So many completes. But they're kind of slightly different completes. What? Oh, wait.
寒い
I don't know what I typed the first time. Family, what the wait. Oh, whoops.
芸能界
芸能界。
芸人
芸人。
芸者
芸者。What? Wait. Oh. My bad. Wrong thing.
骨折
骨折。
束
束。
折る
取る。
女性
女性。
妥協
妥協。
式
式。
転ぶ
korobu. Korobu? Let's see. Chisai onna no ko. Not onna. Chisai otoko no ko ga korobun de shimaimashita. That doesn't. Oh no. That doesn't provide enough. Oh, that's oh. How do I go about this? Concern to like revolve around to roll. Oh, maybe it's the So we definitely have revolve, right? And then ooh. Is there anything with boo? We'll add this to the roll. Guessing this is roll or revolve. Roll/roll plus boo. Korobu is a given. And then there's something about this that is maybe something different. There are a lot of koros. Guess I'm under practice on the koro part. Probably some mixture of I think not necessarily to roll, but more like I'm gonna say there's only one other thing, and that's kind of like to roll over. So to roll over is to fall over. Probably the young kid. A kid fall over. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna need to organize this. So I know there's transfer. That is a special, and then there's also to drive and to roll. And then there's to rotate. Yes. So when you revolve, you're falling over too. I don't know. There's that action of to roll over. So korobu is roll over, and then to roll something, korogasu. How many other koros do we have? There is another koro, but not involving this one. Yes, not involving this one. So I guess we're gonna have to sort out korogaru and korogasu. Alright, korogaru and korogasu. That's the ga. And do I have something that separates boo from ga? Do I? See. Just imagine falling off of a chair into the dirt and making a boo sound. Okay. Yeah, that was it. And then it says garu and gasu, the aru and aru stuff. Okay. Alright. That's okay. I'll practice that. Is there anything else I can use boo for? You fall over after someone comes up to you and say boo. I think that's pretty good. I like that. We'll work that into it. Okay. Oh no, just kidding.
人格
Inkaku. I typed the wrong ending. Inkaku is what? Okay.
失望
Tsubo. Ne?
周期
Yuki.
能力
Noryoku.
骨格
Okaku. What the oh
卒業
Tsukyo.
才能
I know. 'Save me.
合格する
合格する
骨
骨 あ
格好
格好 how this
本能
本能
一周
一周
頑固
頑固ね
太陽
太陽
性病
性病
最新
最新
深い
深い
お願いします
お願いします
一例
一例 Wait. Wait. Hold. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna say huh. Some part of me wanna say no. That's not it. Support plus edu. Kind of weak. I don't. Wait. All right, let's go through them. Okay. So we have she for the onyomi. And then support. I think only one read, right? What are my other reads for this? No, no. Yeah, it's definitely support, so support plus edu. Definitely to support something, I think.スタッフはこれからも車上をsupport with oh no, to test. Kangaeta. Hongaeta. I think so. But that doesn't help. No, that doesn't. I keep thinking of help, not support, as a synonym, like to help. So it's a tas. Oh no. Yeah, I use help a lot more than support. Oh. Huh. I can get this. I can get this. Is T? And I think this is the only time for this one, right? Oh. Two saws. This one kind of sucks.
支える
Sasaeru. Wait. Oh no, I needed to see that. Hold up. I need to go back. Where is it? Saeru. So, let's go back to support. Here's the kanji. So branch, support, sheet, right? And then I'm pretty sure this is my only sasa. And it's only going to be my only sasa. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. Why am I not surprised? Because the two examples I have are sheet. And they both mean the same thing. Or they have overlapping meaning. And I'm not surprised that all the other ones are sheet. Even to support. The other version of to support. Sasairu. Can I improve upon? Can I add more to Sasairu? What do you have for this? You need to support someone. In order to support them, you grab two saws, one saw and another saw. Yeah, that is not gonna work. I don't really know where to go with this. Maybe you take the saw to cut down a bunch of branches to build a support. That works. What do you need to build a support? You need some branches, some wood. You take some saw, cut down some lumber, right? You're gonna need some saw. A pair of saws, perhaps. Alright. That's all I got. Well, we'll embellish that a little bit. And then two more guys. Two more little guys.
Kare
Got it. And
推進
Ishin. Okay. Alright. Still got what, still got like a little over 3 weeks before our first burn, which I'm gonna have to think about. So here's my deal about burning, which I'll probably talk about in a month's time. If it is a trouble word, I'm going to resurrect it right away. If it's not a trouble word, if I have like a checkered pass, if it's not, I'm gonna let it burn, right? So once we get to January, it's not January, June. When we get to June 24 or 25-ish, 24th, 25, the 24th or the 25th, our first burn stuff is going to come up. So with each burn, I have to recall how troublesome it was. And I already categorically have certain ones that I will be resurrecting. I will definitely likely be resurrecting anyone after closer scrutiny. Anyone that only has one vocabulary example. Those are automatic. Now, I will automatically burn pretty much all the radicals in kanji out of the loop. But the vocabulary words, I will probably have to consider outside the categorical stuff. So any exceptions, I will probably end up resurrecting, unless when I hit them, they're like, yes, great. But I feel that in retrospect, pretty much the substantial number of ones that only hold one unique read are going to be resurrected on the spot. I have already collected enough experience, I think, to understand that the approach that I'm doing is going to require that I resurrect and ante up one more time the exceptions. All the exceptions, I personally don't resonate with the way SRSs work, how the SRS is not weighted. Weighted in the sense of weighted based on the content. So I'm sure maybe in the entirety of the Japanese language, a lot of these reads may come up more than once in a different vocabulary, but in retrospect, I think the WaniKani team designed things as they were going, as opposed to looking at it collectively. So from my perspective, collectively, the stuff that tend to require a weighted SRS, as in they should come up more frequently in a way to offset its lack of frequency. Now, there are other ways to approach this. You can let the SRS take its course and get it wrong, right? And then it'll bring it back up. But I decided to approach it in a different way. So I will resurrect those. So like, for example, Sasaeru is a great example that it will likely get resurrected soon. I saw that it triggered master. So by the time something gets through apprentice, guru, master, and enlightened, if by the time I cannot resolve or embellish the mnemonics or some sort of case association with like Chinese or Spanish or something, then I will immediately resurrect them the moment the burn opportunity comes up. So it'll be a little bit different next month. Next month will be a little bit different. I'll be looking out for burn targets, and we'll be reviewing all the burn targets. So maybe not during the lesson. We'll do the lessons, all the reviews, and then we'll go over our burn list, right? I'm sure they at least separated the burn list or something. Maybe they didn't. Oh no, they didn't. I might need to install some sort of thing. I'll be able to use like a different reference to see all the burn items, and we'll maintain burn items that are reductive. So essential reductive, like redundant stuff that can be generalized into a group, they will likely get burned. The vocabulary words that will likely, some of the first groups that will get burned are vocabulary groups that are associated with each other. There's a lot of association, and that kind of leverages context, as much context as you have viewing SRS. And despite, in my opinion, despite what people say that all these things are disjointed, they're not if you organize them. but SRS don't necessarily organize them that way, but you can organize them. So radicals and kanji, I can see like maybe one out of 500 kanji that will get resurrected, possibly. And then radicals, not a chance. I don't think radicals are not getting resurrected. And then definitely vocabulary words, and the vocabulary words are not because of their definition, but because of their read. So we'll be cycling resurrected. I don't know if I can keep track. Oh, I can keep track. There's a excellent way to keep track of which vocabulary words that are resurrected, and then I have to treat them differently. I have to treat them in a way that elicits the read, not the definition, because translating things is great, and it'll become very efficient over time, but reading them is a different story. So we'll come up with a different take. And how do I distinguish that? Mostly when they get resurrected, right? When they get reset, they will be marked at a different level. So they will be colored differently, like on Wikistats or something. They'll be colored differently in concordance to their level. So early levels will then have the exact mark. They will be colored very differently from all the others. And burn is like a specific color that's very recognizable. So they will violate the cluster. So if you organize all the elements from each level, organize it by level, and then you look at the general color, the ones that will stick out are the ones that get resurrected, right? Because generally speaking, the way I'm going about this, usually do not encounter mistakes. I make mistakes, I iron them out, and hopefully by the time it gets to burn, I can tell myself, yeah, it's weak, but we kind of plugged up all the ways to get to it, or sufficiently get to it. Then I allow it to burn. So that's for next month. It's a kind of a big, it's kind of a new thing that I have to consider for June. So this coming month. That's what I've been thinking about. Like we're gonna reach end, which I think there are clear things that are are also intuited on top of being active. So those things will get burned. They will be burned largely because there are other sources, outside sources, that basically will continuously reinforce them without any requirements. And then I'll then eventually have a list of perpetually non-burnable items, and those non-burnable items can serve as an interesting unique source of practice for WaniKani, using WaniKani and nothing else. Like these will be the idiosyncrasies with WaniKani, and then maybe I can do something with that. And then the other stuff that gets burned are because it overlaps with everything else, right? So then I could have like a list of fun little highlights of WaniKani versus others. The reason why I came up with this idea, or I'm thinking of this idea now, is because one of the more common criticisms of WaniKani, especially by their community, right, in the forums and stuff, is the case-by-case bickering. I almost want to say it's bickering, but it's not like openly negative. It's more like, oh, I think this is important, you don't think this is important, and then a constant like, it depends. Well, one of the things that it depends is whether WaniKani introduces useful vocabulary, right? And I'm a stickler for this. Oftentimes people constantly use confirmation bias to determine if vocabulary is useful, as opposed to thinking about knowledge as something you can wield preventatively for future things. So it's hard to appreciate, this is a double standard most of the time. It's hard to appreciate the value of a vocabulary if you have forgotten it due to its disimportance. Like if it's not important and you do not upkeep vocabulary, you cannot recognize whether it is important or not. It's just, it's not important now, right? It's kind of like why practice how to manage your why practice helping someone manage their finances when you yourself never struggle with finances, right? So if you're not struggling with finances, there's no reason to learn how to improve it and or solve problems you don't have. That is kind of my parallelism with someone saying, I only learned the most frequent vocabulary words and the most casual and natural vocabulary words because the other vocabulary words are not used most of the time, so therefore I don't have to commit time to it. It's like, that's very reasonable. For myself, I like to know what I am unlikely to know and keep track of them in a different way, which it gives me like a pocket thing to do. So oftentimes thinking about the things you don't need to know or things you don't find interesting, which is what I was talking about in Discord today, actually. And I already had this planned a month or two in advance. When you think about things you don't need to know, they can cluster and find things that are similar to them. So characterizing what is not interesting to you or not relevant to you as a larger group, I maybe coincidentally, or I would say ironically, makes them memorable. So now I want to use what WaniKani already does, and I want to see if I can find a collective group and pattern among the complaints that people have or the arguments that people have. Like, what aren't useful, what are useful, and see if the things that I do not burn regularly. I'm already seeing a pattern, obviously. The biggest pattern is through my exercise of writing these. Right? Oh, I actually had Shiritsu as well yesterday as a write-up. Okay, well anyways, doing this exercise at the end has already collectively informed me that one of the weakest parts for myself personally, one of the weakest aspects of SRS and WaniKani is that there is no corrected weight or exposure to there's no corrected weight for increasing overlapping exposure to specific reads, because if there's only one sasaeru, you can repeat it based on sasaeru, but that is one way to remember something. If you constantly remember something in the same context, it's a great way to remember it. Now, if there are 4 vocabulary words, and even if you diminish the frequency, like if you distribute it, say the frequency is 100 times over the course of WaniKani. If you get them right the whole time, it's 100 times, right? For sasaeru, 1 sasaeru. If you end up distributing the sasa read across 4 different vocabulary words, so they only get 25 exposure. In my experience, the 4 different exposures provide a far more efficacious reinforcement of the one read, despite across the 4 there's 100 instances of this read, because the read itself is what makes it tricky, right? But then you have 4 different contexts using SRS, 4 different disjointed contexts that are bolstered by that read, at least from my experience. So I am more compelled to say, on top of it, making it so that it's weighted to offset that actually is a different way to say it. So like, for example, if you have 3 vocabulary words and say they are all 3 of them are exposed for 25, that's 75 instances of one read with 3 contexts. I would offset that using the SRS by having 75 instances automatically, 75 instances of the one read, sasaeru. So sasaeru would come up 3 times as often as the other 3 combined, to think of it the other way around in order to kind of balance the exposure, because there's interference. Interference happens too, where it's not so much in HanziHero. HanziHero does not have to contend with interference in this way, where you look at a character and you see multiple reads, and those multiple reads can be interfered by how frequently they appear. SRS does not take into the weighted context of, watching native content or reading native content, and that's why there's another level of argument here where some people say, oh well, it's not a frequent use word, so when you go out into the wild you might forget them because they come up rarely. And if they do come up, you can probably figure out what it means because you know all the other frequently words around it, right? And that's cool. Now, if we were operating within the system, that's not possible. What's a way to compensate for that? Have sasaeru show up about equal frequency with the totality of the reads reinforcing the other reads, and that balances it out. The reason why I say this for myself personally, not for other people, is that HanziHero does not encounter this problem because they went out of their way to actually avoid multiple reads for a character. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist in Chinese. It does exist in Chinese. Actually, so far, I mean, it's far more infrequent, but they did occur already. 8 instances already occurred. And Kevin specifically said the whole goal is to ascribe a read to one character and then have the other characters, other reads be like a secondary read. Despite it, some secondary reads are very frequent. The idea is you can associate the secondary read to the primary read based on exposure order. So things like kwai and le, like this one, right? Arguably, le is probably far more, arguably even equal, if not slightly more frequent. Largely because kwai le is happy. And there's a lot of instances to force that. And kwai also means fast. So kwai is fast. The way le is being used is dealing with happiness. Like kwai le, like 生日快乐, right? To happy birthday. And then we have kwai, which is hayaku, right? Or fast. And that comes up, but they dispense with that. Kevin did intentionally dispense with multiple reads, and you pick it up as you go. Even the context sentences that he uses, you know what it is not when you read it. So, and when you read a sentence, right, and then you see this again, but it's like commonly at the end of something, this ends up being la most of the time. In fact, actually, kwai is sometimes in the beginning, or like in the beginning of a sentence. So you kind of learn those things. So you have a point of reference. And then, because of that point of reference, you know what it is not. Oftentimes, when you're looking at this, it is probably not going to be kwai if there's another character here. A lot of times. Like, but not all the time. The idea is you have a point of reference, and then with that point of reference, you can say it is not. And it's very important because it's very useful. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm doing what it is not, or what is not comfortable, and I'm gathering all the things that is not comfortable and see how I can group them together in a weird way to focus on them. And that's where we're going in June. And I would love, this is why, in my opinion, using methods, like using tools, and in seeing how you can improve it. Usually from a self-interest, like no one asks me to do this. I'm only interested in how I interact with it and then demonstrate it. Because for me, that would be the final phase of WaniKani. I would change how burn works by implementing a yes-no system. So the moment a burn item comes up, right, when you reach the end, it would sparkle or something. Maybe like during review, it would indicate that. And then after you burn the item, you are asked yes or no. And then there would be a breakdown of the frequency of your consistency. Or just pull up the... Actually, it's already part of WaniKani's UI. Oh, no, it's not. Just kidding. I'm thinking of HanziHero. But there's some metrics here, like your progression. It tells you like the meaning, answer, correct, and then the streak. Maybe you could use like the streak data, like how consistent were you. If you are below a threshold, you can even make it even more nuanced. If it's below a certain threshold, right, with statistics, it will prompt the question, yes or no, do you want to burn this item or not? And then when it's above a certain threshold, it just auto burns, right? And if you're really, really below a threshold, it would reset it automatically, right? So these are the decision making that you can do in SRS as an experienced person, but not necessarily an inexperienced person. So, and when I mean by an inexperienced person, I don't mean a stupid person versus a smart person, or a young person versus an old person. The idea is I have encountered this problem before. Over 30 years of education prompts this question a lot. Do you know the material, or do you think you know the material, or do you think you can figure it out? There are various distinctions of determining whether you know something, and then understanding its application and its retention. So I would add an extra meta layer to the SRS. I'm sure that's something that's prescriptional and other people have different perspectives. So this is one way in which I can confirm whether I know or not know, or to what extent do I know these characters. I'm gonna say all this in like the 100-day review, which is still like 50 days away, but I'll describe this a little bit more in detail, I suppose. Yeah, I'm basically applying something that I do now quite a lot when WaniKani can't do this. Like, if SRS can't do this for me, then I do it myself. And then I try to do it in a way that doesn't conflict with WaniKani. So oftentimes criticisms about WaniKani involves, oh, just change it. Like, just do it differently, or like work against it instead. For example, if a tool is going to teach you SRS, right, by SRS, and you're like, I don't like SRS. So you use the tool and you criticize the SRS method, the method for being the method. That is not constructive criticism. That is cognitive dissonance. So you want the thing to be fundamentally not the thing. Go use something else, right? That's kind of... Or you can spend all of your time trying to change the thing into something else, which it is not. That's kind of how I feel a lot of times about a substantial amount of criticism. Like playing a video game and disliking the video game for being a puzzler when it's advertised as a puzzler. Or you hate how unnatural SRS is when it's clearly unnatural based on your description. Translation doesn't work because the type of translation you're thinking about are all the instances in which translation is passive. For example, I've been harping on that train for a while now, because when people keep saying, oh, you're never going to become fluent if you're always translating. Yeah, if you're always passively translating and never using that translation for a way to bridge into the understanding of something, then yes, most likely you'll never be fluent. In fact, you'll probably never learn the words. There's so many things you can say about it, but that is reductive. It's not encountering the nuance. So what does burn mean to you? What does burn status mean to you, and what does apprentice status mean to you requires nuance. Some people don't really care about that. Like, they don't necessarily, and it might not even be important. The nice thing is, if it works out, then there's no reason to improve it, right? That is usually the pragmatic way of going about things. If WaniKani works and then they reach their goal, there's no necessity to add meta layers or to improve it. It's funny because the people who use it also think of it that way until they have a problem. And then when they have a problem, they suggest a lot of things, but they don't do any of those things. They want someone else or some other thing to do it for them. Or find some other thing to do it for you. And that's usually, it works out in the end, right? If someone has enough, if there's a big enough group for a demand of a feature, then there's profitability to involve. But those tools are made to address the demand. They are not made in the idea of a passionate evaluation and self-projection. So if, in my opinion, some of my gleam of the agenda for WaniKani team, the WaniKani team does not implement things that are not relevant to complaints. One of the things that they don't entertain necessarily the idea of brainstorming or group thinking additional things, because most of this is sufficient. It's sufficient to promote language learning, and quite a lot. Like, overall, it's working really well. But for myself, I think this quite requires an adjustment, and like a lot of people, double check and whatnot. Having the option of the scripts I use are nice. Those options, though, may or may not help people who want them to achieve their goals. Like, how you use double check is probably going to be different the way I use double check. And then, like, reordering, right? That type of thing. How burn works, how the reset works. Like, one thing that I do find that's a very common aspect of WaniKani discussion is when people find out too late. And what do I mean by too late? The idea that someone was doing something is like, oh, I burned all these items. Do you think it's too late for me to, like, reset? Or how do I mass reset things? Like, well and good if you're thinking about zeros and ones, but oftentimes there will be comments that say, well, you don't want to reset everything. You want to reset the things that you're having trouble with, right? as opposed to inundating the whole thing. And that, to me, is what happens when people focus on the goal and not the process. Like, a great example would be someone would have like 1,000 burn items, right? 1,000 burn items, and they realize, oh, you know what? I'm having trouble with like 300 of those burn items. How do I... should I unburn everything? Is there a way to unburn everything? Is it, well, and then someone say, well, are you having trouble with all of them? Because 700 of them, you might not want them back. It would bog you down, right? It would spike your volume to the point where you might not even get to the ones that you're concerned about. And to me, that is a skill issue to some extent. So I want to take a grain of salt, because that person wasn't monitoring their process. They were focused on getting to their goal. They didn't notice that as you're burning the items, they're like, oh, okay, I'll trust the system because it's a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. I'll trust the system, and somehow got to a point where you think the things you burn are the things you've retained. And then after a while, you notice that there eventually something creates such a negative frequency that then it becomes noticed. As in, oh, I started noticing that I can't remember a lot of my burn items, or it's becoming more and more frequent, right? And you're hoping this SRS system... The other criticism is like how words get downgraded and then get upgraded. So like if you get to enlighten, it's like whoop, back to apprentice, right? That meme about progress. I think this type of thing happens and it's working. SRS is working, or the WaniKani system is working. And yet after a while, I'm like, well, that's a nice method, I suppose. And then now I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. I'm actually deliberately pushing myself to create the spaces. And then I'm going to re-expose myself back to the beginning immediately for anything that I know I cannot circumvent in a bigger picture thing. So that's me at least understanding what the SRS can do for me and not for me, and using the system, but also using what the system is built for, but in a different way, right? I'm tweaking how I'm interacting. So lots of the questions and criticisms of WaniKani deals with what WaniKani is not designed to deal with. That's kind of my thought about how when you're fixated on a goal and then it has an end point or a beginning point, people might be critical and they suggest problems that are outside the scope, or they suggest solutions that are outside the scope of a tool. Like for example, lots of things deal with burn, related to burn, and lots of things deal with progression, like how progression works, especially at the apprentice. And those are beyond the scope. You have to start somewhere and you have to end somewhere, right? In a product. Now, the developers could have bigger aspects. They could continue to expand before and after, and maybe even in between, to create more resolution. But I think they've reached a point of sufficiency. They've reached their goal of the overall structure of the tool. So it has to keep that in mind, right? I think I do see places that I would add things, and I already started adding things. The next biggest thing is in June, how I interact with burned items. Anyways, that's a good prompt for the way I'm going about things, because if there's anything that's going to come up, someone's going to say, well, you still got the right answer, but it was through like getting it wrong, sitting there for 15 minutes. Why am I doing that? If you can just get it wrong and let the SRS bring it up again. For me, why? Context. For someone who doesn't understand, it is for someone who believes there's no context when you're literally only confined to what's available here. Context is trying to find the connection between everything, regardless of how little information it is. And then context is bringing things in. So nothing is stopping you from bringing outside things into WaniKani. You can bring your experience, your knowledge into WaniKani. You're not restricted to that. The problem with this is those who believe there are no contexts or no way often lack ways. Not necessarily that they don't have any way. They lack the ways for now. And that, in my opinion, is usually those who have a lot of focus. If you always focus on the goal, then the ideas that you have are limited. They are limited ideas. Now, limited ideas lead to greater efficiency. Absolutely. Right? You become more efficient when you hone and practice the ideas and strip them down, right? You streamline your ideas in order to keep focus. That's great. That'll get you there really, really quick. Now, there are situations where it may not be as quick as you think, and that's when you encounter a problem. And when you encounter a problem, I'm going to be really frank about this. How you present solutions to the problem, especially publicly on a forum, demonstrates how limited you are in experience. It's very clear how someone who is experienced in problem solving and have a lot of experience differs on offering a solution than someone who has limited ideas, who is focused on streamlining and focusing. You spend less time solving problems because it will hurt your efficiency. Oftentimes people who solve problems gain efficiency, but they're certainly not as efficient as someone who is constantly streamlining their process. Because what would happen is when you streamline, you avoid problems. You avoid problem solving, really. You tend to avoid problem solving. So, to me, why is this important to me? Emotional consistency. I don't know why I'm writing with my mouse, but I'm trying. Emotional consistency to me requires problem solving. So I invest as much time as I need or want to focus on the problems, because over time I solve problems. I don't worry about if a problem occurs. And those skills, a lot of people think like they're not specifically doing this, but they're unintentionally doing this. They're making problem solving optional. It's an optional skill. So problem solving is not, and then tacked onto that is critical thinking. They're optional skills. If you know the solution, knowledge is a crutch for not knowing how to problem solve and critical think. If you have the knowledge, you don't need to problem solve or critically think about anything. So in this way, my interaction with other people, so when I look at other people, problem solving skills, when on the forum and stuff, they're usually based on knowledge that they have no experience solving. And that is where it came to my exploration of the burn items and how apprentice work happens. If you know a solution based on knowledge, you might not be able to see all the trade-offs and like circumstances when you're actively problem solving something. If you're actively problem solving something, you are likely to develop a much more critical way of thinking about a solution, which you would present to someone that integrates some of that knowledge. However, you can gain a lot of knowledge if you choose not to problem solve or critically think, right? It's faster to read a lot of right answers than trying to problem solve one problem that may have an answer already, right? Like, for example, one problem can have many solutions. And it takes time to see other solutions if you only focus on one of the solutions. But it will get you to the solution. It's a solution to a problem, right? So what I'm saying here is, and then that's the last thing I'm going to say today, how I'm going about interacting with burn is trying to resolve a lot of things that I've encountered through the process of observing my first like 150 days, right? It's almost 150 days now. And those solutions are one of many ways to go about this. So the last take-home message is whatever I'm doing now is a representation of all the things that I have done and what I do naturally, not someone else. So if you're in the process of problem solving and critical thinking, your solutions are going to look slightly different, and you'll likely be more able to describe them than reading about the solution. So if you read someone else's solution, you can try to engage in critical thinking and problem solving to challenge yourself to think about how that solution affects you. Or you type in a problem, you hope someone else has a solution, and you embrace it 100%. Then you're not doing problem solving or critical thinking at all. So the question I often ask myself is, should I do it this time or not? It's not about all or nones. It's about when and where and how you want to or not want to. Because sometimes I don't want to problem solve or critically think. Like, for example, I don't want to problem solve and critically think about my macros when I eat. I'll go find someone who did the macros and how they interpret it, and I would trust them, right? In this day and age, in my opinion, this prompted a huge analytical thing that someone made a comment. I really appreciate it in the Discord, and I wanted to illustrate the difference between someone who is looking at a problem or looking at an observation and like really thinking about how their experience can help interpret the problem or the statement versus knowing what is true. So, for example, you could say, I like X. I hate Y. But X equals or approximates Y. So why is that? How can this be true? Like, what's going on here? And that usually requires things like critical thinking and problem solving. And it goes back to the beginning, which there is a lot to be learned about what something is not and what something is, and something you don't know and something you do know. And then knowing all the things that you may not know can be useful in a context that you have yet to be discovered. So that's kind of the fun part about having problem solving, critical thinking as a skill set. When you start something, despite not knowing everything, there's this comfort of being able to extract and be creative enough to resolve them. So when someone asks me, aren't you afraid that you wouldn't ever be able to read sentences? The answer is no. I would not be afraid of not learning sentences if I continue using WaniKani. And no, I am not concerned that if I use something like HanziHero with synthetic voices, I wouldn't be able to adjust to any voice that I listen to. If you understand the process of, in my opinion, if one understands how the process of translating sound into a pattern and remembering that pattern, then that source of sound could be from a native speaker or a synthetic voice. If you understand the process in which you create that sound into a pattern and encode it into memory, then the source can change. It can change the source. And then how interacting with it, because you're interested in how you're doing all these steps. Understanding these steps then makes it not so scary. It is scary when you're intuiting all these steps and solely relying on chance, because if you're constantly relying on intuition, and not blending multiple things, then yes, when you get so used to hearing a synthetic voice, then it will be very, very difficult for you to adjust whatever you were doing with the synthetic voice to a native voice. And oftentimes, it's kind of humorous here too. What's a big cognitive dissonance here that I can foresee immediately? The way you interact with the native voice is probably going to be different from synthetic voice, right? Because you'll be at a different position in your studies. So whenever someone says something like Duolingo sucks because they use synthetic voice, and that synthetic voice leads to make it difficult to understand native, there's an order to this. Duolingo came first, and this usually comes second. What happens when this comes first and your desire is to learn how to read synthetic voice? The relationship is similar. For someone who doesn't problem solve or critically think. So if you don't have problem solving or critical thinking skills, then you repeat the same mistake. And the relationship stays consistent when taking track of which comes first. If you're used to listening to a native speaker and then you go use Duolingo, it's probably going to be difficult because you're used to listening to the native speaker. So what does that mean? Why is this important? That's when you hear a bunch of native speakers use tools that have synthetic voices, and their first thought is don't use it. Like, well, okay, it's not useful for you. That's fair, right? Like, you don't, if people's goal is to only be good at listening to native speech, then yes, don't use it. Take it from that native speaker who has a myopic opinion on the usefulness of tools because they are having a specific goal in mind, not the process of learning and listening to language. The goal. Their goal is to tell you how to most efficiently get to listening to native speech, like getting used to native speech. Yes, you listen to native speech. Does this mean listening to synthetic voices is not useful, or it will prevent you from doing something else like understanding native speech. I disagree wholeheartedly, most absolutely, because the way they went about evaluating the use is based on goals, not based on process. So when someone says translating, in my opinion, translating, that's not how you spell translate, but translating is useless. That's probably someone who thinks of it as, why do that when you can skip over the step? Like, it's not part of a process. It's irrelevant because their eyes are on the goal. If your goal is to use Japanese, for example, then translating involves using English or whatever your native is. So that's irrelevant to the goal of Japanese. But from my perspective, English leads to English Japanese leads to Japanese. Now I added an extra step here. How is this different from the person who says translation is useless? They only see 2 steps. Right? And then let's do some even more breakout. You have English, and then you have English tools versus native source. That's observational skills as opposed to tools. And then you have the same for Japanese. Tools and native content. And then the process becomes a lot more varied. All of these can then be broken down into further things that are actually redundant because it's reductive. Like the way you're doing it up here is to reduce the number of apparent steps. That's perfectly all right, provided you get to your goal. So you go down as deep as possible in order to reach your goal. However, when you're doing this, at least you're focusing a little bit on the process of doing so as well. And what does that look like? Oftentimes when you're thinking, I don't get it, I really hate studying, dive deeper, in my opinion. That's a TLDR, right? TLDR. Get more resolution. Try to find more resolution in the process, in the final product. Like, if you hate a language, ascertain why you hate the language. You don't view things in an end state in order to understand the process, trying to answer how and why. How and why requires an understanding of the process before you make the comment. And I think that's one of the bigger ones that I've noticed in WaniKani. HanziHero doesn't have a large enough community to have this, but the general consensus is often someone projecting what they think is right or wrong, and then Kevin explaining his point of view, and then making a compromise, right? Making a compromise. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's add this so that it's your choice, right? Choice kind of is a way to alleviate all of these compromises. Yeah, WaniKani. Reading the forums have definitely taught me, not really taught me, yeah, I would say taught me and opened my perspective on what kind of criticisms tend to occur when using SRS. This is not the same as, say, going on Satori Reader, and I believe they have a community forum as well. And then my next year project also has a community forum, so I'll probably talk about this stuff in the context of that stuff. My next year project also deals with something that is often, in my opinion, intentionally almost demonized by FOMO. in order to push products. Like immersion only products tend to come up in my face a lot, aggressively marketed towards me, or comprehensible input as a method as opposed to a theory being tossed at my face all the time, right? And my early thoughts about that is, I'm not surprised that those things are being tossed at my face, because the way those things are marketed involve the least, in my opinion, the least amount of critical thinking and problem solving. The tools that are most aggressively tossed at my face, especially solving problem, like having an apparent problem that they think I have, or like competency and whatnot, the tools that require the least amount of critical thinking and problem solving are the tools that are likely more aggressively pushed in front of me. So whenever effort, quote unquote, a lot of times people use the word effort, is placed, the tools with the least amount of critical thinking is often viewed as effortful enough, like sufficiently, versus doing a quote unquote less efficient method while engaging in active critical thinking and problem solving, which also increases effort as well. So they're very tough to discern. So the easiest, quote unquote, the easiest thing is often the most efficient thing to do. So it requires the least amount of effort. That is logical. The most efficient thing, making you use the most amount of effort, that promotes critical thinking and problem solving, that is cognitive dissonance. So when someone asks me, I don't understand why I am not learning Japanese, even despite using the most efficient method, my conservative response to that is you lack sufficient critical thinking and problem solving skills to recognize what isn't working and what is working, despite a method being overall incredibly efficient. The idea is that sometimes, unlucky, you happen to not meet the ideal case of a prescriptional method. So what do you do then? I like to think that a person would explore enough to develop the critical thinking skills in order to figure that out, right? However, nowadays, it's a very sobering realization that I think some younger people and even older-ish adults prefer to give up on their dreams and their habits and whatnot, and just say, well, it's doomed. So it's easier to give up and quit, which is a fair assessment as long as it's something that you don't have to do, right? Then we get into the talk of who I usually associate with when it comes to talking about these things, and that deals with places of finance, and not the context of finance. Like, not the details of finance, but the approach to understanding how to motivate oneself to learn about finance. Like, I'm not a finance expert. I'm more talking about how can you want to practice finance, right? And then there's emotional intelligence. It's a great one. Emotional intelligence, right? Motivation, discipline. These lists become musts, as in they are kind of fundamental to a lot of things. So now you have a whole internet full of things that give you less but more, right? So less critical problem and problem solving and critical thinking, but more efficiency, more results without this. And then eventually it'll come to particular things that people can't answer because they're not your friends, they're not your family, they're not you. And that is where then I spend most of my time talking about these things. Largely because you no longer have an option. You're not asking yourself, oh, I get to choose to do this. Like, for example, you know a native language. That's great. When you're forced to improve your native language, it's not so great most of the time. But if you get to choose to learn a target language, it's not forced at first. So it's positive. But eventually this becomes forced, which we go back to this situation. And this is where people eventually quit. Because this is optional. Meanwhile, the thing that is still not optional becomes optional too. Right? That ends up becoming optional. And now you have this cycle of, why do I need to learn how to do taxes when I live in a taxation country? Or why do I need to learn my native language when my target language is so much more interesting? And I shouldn't need to improve English if I'm learning Japanese. And in order to circumvent that, I can just move to Japan and abandon my native language. That's fine. Those things solve those problems. They solve downstream problems, right? However, I want to contrast this. My time with Japanese has given me time to evaluate and reevaluate the context of my English. I am far more interested in English when I'm learning Japanese, and I'm far more interested in learning Japanese I'm learning Chinese. The idea is I'm not working against myself. I'm making them work together, because oftentimes what you think you don't want might not be things that you get to choose to have or not. This is an exercise in critical thinking. Like, why do you hate your native language, or why do you hate a language that you're responsible for, versus why do you like a language you're not responsible for and you voluntarily choose to learn? That's kind of one of the awesome things that an adult can do that a child or possibly more inexperienced younger self cannot do or have trouble doing. So when you're younger, you hate classes that are forced upon you until you realize, or you may never realize, you can choose, I guess in a really idealistic way, you can live through the rest of your life not appreciating why certain things are obligatory and certain things are not. A lot of things that are obligatory early in childhood pave the road for your appreciation for later things you choose to do. Your appreciation for your target language is a consequence of knowing a native language. Otherwise, the target language is your native language and you experience it all over again. So for me, when someone says, oh, what's the fastest way to learn your target language? Pretend like you never learned a native language before. That's weird. Why would you suggest that to an adult? Like, well, that's because the person that's suggesting it still thinks the same way about language. They think that children learn the best, and therefore adults should act like children to learn the best. That's goal-oriented thinking. They no longer leverage what makes them adults. You decide to spend so much time learning the way that you used to learn it because that's like a brilliant strategy in repeating the same thing, expecting the same results. Don't fix it if it ain't broke, right? But there's a difference. Don't fix it if it ain't broke is assuming that the person doesn't change. Like, are you a child again? Well, you could try really, really hard to be a child and start thinking like a child. In fact, I think a lot of online tools nowadays choose to believe that. It makes things a lot easier, right? Idealistically, they target audience that meet the same criteria in order to produce consistent results. SRS is no different. They target specific deficiencies that possibly, if it works for you as an adult, right? For example, there are things about SRS that, in my opinion, does not work for adult thinking. And they come up in the forums. You can segregate them. But I'm being a little generalized here. When I'm thinking about adult thinking, I'm talking about experiences that are likely to happen. And one of them is the mnemonics. The older you get, the more specialized your mnemonics are going to be. So when you have an adult, mileage may vary on the mnemonics. They're age dependent, generational dependent, experience dependent. However, if you have an adult that fully embraced being a kid again, then you might not have this problem. I do. And instead of choosing to kind of like reject it all entirely, then why am I buying WaniKani, really? I'm trying to embrace it, but also change it up. So I take the mnemonics that they have, understand their underlying mnemonic system, and change it by blending it with my current way of thinking. That is what an adult can do. It's problem solving and critical thinking. A child would say, why not the way I think? So like, this sucks. My mnemonic is better. Child. And you can get really, really old. And what I mean by child, I don't mean literally young, literally old. I'm talking about mindset. So the easiest, the less friction way to solve any problem is your solution. Right? So what is the solution to learning Japanese? Learn it like the thing you already find easy to comprehend, your native language. So how did you acquire your native language? And that is where my biggest gripe I have right now. When someone says you learn like a child, and then they say it's immersion, that is absolutely 100% false. It involves immersion, though. It most definitely involves immersion, like the things that people describe, watching television, being around people who always speak, but you still go to school. As far as I remember, the vast majority, I would say 95% to 99% of people went through school as well. So saying that you reject everything about school, formal education, due diligence, and saying that those were not the reason, like they did not contribute to you learning a language, especially your native language, especially when you're young, is like pretending that you never went to school. It's all of the above. So how do you get that feeling? How do you do that? Well, as an adult, I use what I learned in formal education as well as what I use from immersion methods that people are presenting, because I do both of them. When I was younger, my English was at home, sort of. Actually, to be fair with you, I didn't use English at home. Like, that's not even a thing. Most of the time, it's a mixed language. But even then, immersion. I played video games when I was learning English, so I can play video games in Japanese when I'm learning Japanese. But I also use SRS. I also use discipline, due diligence. I also learned all the methods of learning complex scientific topics in English. How did I go about doing that? Well, if I'm trying to learn as a kid, then I would still use those strategies as well. Now, what sets this apart is that if you already sucked, quote unquote, if you already hate learning your native language, and you're saying I should learn as a kid, then and you're saying I should learn as a kid by doing none of the things you've done before, like doing half of the things that you typically do as a kid, then you're lying to yourself. That's a cognitive dissonance. You went to school. If you want to learn as a kid, you learn to immerse and go to school, because that's what it is. So when you move to Japan and you want to learn your target language, you enroll in a class and you live in Japan. That is the most realistic way, and it reconciles the cognitive dissonance of learning like an adult and learning like a kid. As an adult, you get to leverage all of that, and as a kid, you leverage both the obligations you had, going to school and using it in your everyday life. If you move to Japan and you want the quote-unquote, the summation of everything is you roll into class, you have to get grades, and if you get an F, you're sucking. Those are the things that are also required to obligate oneself if you want to learn as a kid again. As an adult, you don't have to go to class anymore. You have, presumably, promisingly, you have the discipline, right? So then that's why it's so attractive, in my opinion, of immersion techniques. It dispenses with the need of discipline and due diligence, because you no longer need formal education. So in fact, every time someone tells me that all Japanese all the time works, is because they are not actually acting like they were a kid. They are actually acting like they're a kid while having the experience of an adult, because it takes discipline and due diligence that you've learned as a kid and now as an adult to make yourself consistent to a lifestyle that is not part of your lifestyle yet. And anyone who thinks, in my opinion, otherwise tend to do the thing that they typically do. They would say, oh yeah, this really works, but I really hate it. It's like so grindy. Like sometimes I just don't want to do it anymore. It kind of feels like schoolwork now. Like, yeah, because immature state of mind, in my opinion. And that's not a good or a bad thing. It's a thing that you may want to take into consideration if it is bad or good for you. So one of the things that I enjoy about SRS is I don't have to do the work. Like one of the good convenient things that shock me a lot of times in SRS is you don't have to plan your lessons. You don't have to plan your lessons. You don't have to keep track of what doesn't work really well, or they're trying to, right? And you don't have to keep track of your vocabulary, like all this stuff that's being tracked. You literally did it in classroom. But now these tools are great because it targets people who didn't learn that in school, or they didn't want to learn that in school. So whenever you're telling yourself something like, oh, I don't understand why I'm having so much fun doing this and it works, largely because you're leveraging your own discipline, right? You're hoping you leverage your own discipline. So when you're willy-nilly watching anime and stuff, are you thinking like a kid, or are you thinking like a kid with adult experiences? Because there is a big difference in results. A kid, an adult who still believes that thinking like a kid and interacting immersively like a kid is a way to gain the most efficient way to learn something reliably, is doing something that they, with a lack of a better word, unnatural way of acquiring new information because they're no longer a kid. Or you're talking about an adult who wants to take the benefits of being unhinged while having the discipline of an adult, right? Later in life, you find products that are more attractive when you don't have to do the adulting, because as a kid, you decided to reject those things. Formal education taught me some things. It's not the context of the classes. It taught me the most rigorous thing that an adult gets to leverage. You know what you want, or presumably, you know what you want, you know what you have to do, and you know you can do things even if you don't want to do them. And one of them is putting in the time to do these things. The easiest way is you're already doing them. That's what a kid does. So when you're going to ask yourself, I gotta learn a language. What do I have to do? And the first thing you think about is you have to make time to study a language. Thinking like a kid, in my opinion, is gonna make it very, very likely that you're going to fail in doing that. When you think about a kid, when you think about yourself, who scheduled things for you? Who obligated things? What obligated things? Who and what obligated things told you where to be, what to do, despite you not wanting to do it? School, your parents, the other adult things in your life. So now as an adult, if you're still constantly asking yourself, like, I don't understand. I always like to study Japanese, but I don't like to study my native language. It's because you were forced to study your native language. And in Japanese, the target language, you're only choosing when it's available to you. And what happens then is your results and your efficacy varies based on what you choose to do as an adult, not a kid. If a kid was given free reign in learning their native language, they would still be doom scrolling on TikTok and not learning even their native language. Actually, they would probably have a speech deficiency and a language deficiency, for that matter, because there's no structure in the kid's life. When you grow older, you can take the structure with you. You can change the structure. You can like warp the structure, and that's what I did. Sorry, it went a lot longer than I thought, but every 50 days or so, actually every month or so, I try to reflect, even if I'm not doing it for stream, right? I told myself that I will summarize most of these things by day 200. We'll do the 200-day review of this and talk about some of the stuff again. But that doesn't stop me from doing the adult things, which is every 30 days or so, I reflect on some of the things. And there's a milestone coming up that I needed to address, which is the burned thing. WaniKani wants people to structure their thing in a certain way. I thought it was cool. It's very useful. And I can see how it would work. However, I'm going to go ahead and modify that to adjust to how I'm interacting with WaniKani now. Like the way I interact with WaniKani is by far not representative. Probably, if I had to take a gamble, like I'm willing to put money where my mouth is here. I'm willing to bet that if someone comes up to me and they said that's exactly how I interact with WaniKani, just like you, I want them to describe what they're doing in like after 100 days of doing it. And if they are able to replicate exactly what all the thoughts that I have throughout the day, then I agree with you. I don't want people to think that this is how you be successful in WaniKani. I want people to keep an idea that you should be able to do all of this yourself, at least in my opinion. So if you're someone who's sitting there like 30s, your 40s, your 50s, not being pressured to have to learn them in school, like nothing is pushing you to learn them. One of the greatest assets of being older is that you've done probably so many things already as a 40 or 50-year-old that you have done, whether you liked it or not, or you liked it. Like, you've done so many of those things. What made you keep doing those things? What are the characteristics and properties of those things? Because a kid cannot do that. Your younger self cannot do these things. They cannot leverage emotional intelligence. They cannot yet leverage how to incentivize oneself to pick up a Japanese book. They cannot incentivize liking something or disliking something at first and then changing your opinion about it. They cannot predict whether they like or dislike something based on prior experiences. So take those, right? Leverage those. And that's where I want to be a little bit more nebulous and free-flowing on that. I am leveraging what I think is going to happen, and that's an example. And I will try to continue doing these things in the future. Video games are the same way. I interact with video games in a very similar way. Someone says they really love this video game. I want to know why. Tell me it. Because then I can test that and see how I can get your point. And by that, even despite not being interested in that video game, I can learn a lot and become interested in it. A kid would say, "Oh, are you my friend? Okay, let's do it together. Nah, I don't like this." And then that's it. That's where it ends. It adds to their experience, but they have yet determined and developed a way of evaluating what things are valuable and interesting to you, right? You're still in that discovery process. So, no, I actually don't think when people say they're learning like a kid again and they're immersing and stuff, I think that's being incredibly reductive. Largely, you've already defeated your own logic by appealing and going to someone and being convinced that immersion works for you. You're using your adult experience to know if immersion works for you. You aren't thinking like a kid. A kid doesn't do that. They have to do it. So it's oxymoronic. It's almost internally hypocritical to convince people to abandon their adult experience when the whole idea of that method works because you have adult experiences. Otherwise, you get someone else to tell you what to do and you don't get to choose whether it's interesting or not. That is thinking like a kid. Move to Japan and solve those problems. That is probably the closest thing you'll get to being a kid again. You solve the problems where they present themselves. You don't circumvent problems by trying to predict what's going to happen. And that's why, in my opinion, it's a mistaken identity. moving to Japan is motivated by a lot of things that isn't inherently immersion learning. It's not immersion learning. It's obligation, in my opinion. It's far more shifted into obligation. That is one of the core essential underlying things that an adult doesn't have to do anymore. They don't have to obligate themselves. Immersion can fail because an adult can be passive about it. Immersion can fail because you think you're doing more work when in fact you're doing less work. A kid has to do the work. There's no choice. So I wanted to reconcile that WaniKani can fail dramatically because their target audience are adults. Immersion, Japanese all the time, can still fail, but what they're trying to do is to make it so that it is not a choice, right? How does all Japanese all the time work? You have no choice. All Japanese all the time. So you're not choosing to do multiple things. It's not teaching you how to juggle multiple things, doing multiple things. So when you're talking to an adult, my first thought is, dang, wouldn't it suck if you had to do all Japanese all the time and you live in an English-speaking country? That must suck. Is it manageable? Good luck. Good luck with convincing yourself that you still have a life. Your family speaks English, balancing all of that while pretending like you can do Japanese all the time. Like, to me, I think that is a delusional levels of cognitive dissonance. So in my opinion, if you know what is happening in your life, right? If you're keeping track of what happens in your life, you can leverage your adult mind to think of an appropriate way to leverage most of those things. Like, so what is closer to Japanese all the time realistically? All Japanese all the time. When you're with your when you're with your family, if you're going to have to use English, translate. Right? If you're talking to your family 30% of the time and it's in English, what can you do in the meantime? You can use English and ask yourself, how would you say that in Japanese? In fact, you could even say, hey, hey honey, let's try to learn Japanese together. Like, I want to share some phrases with you. That increases the exposure of Japanese. That is realistic to your adult life. It is using ingenuity and creativity to produce motivation to do things when otherwise you cannot. Otherwise, all Japanese all the time, you move to Japan, take your family with you. And even then, your family is still going to be a source of your native language. So how do you circumvent that? Or how do you creatively implement that? Not from someone who's preaching all Japanese all the time. Because their living environment might permit that. They might have moved to Japan and are single. And their whole life revolves around Japanese because they probably married a Japanese person or something like that. They have the environment to do that. And I think it's a very disingenuous to paint an ideal situation and target ideal audience members and then suggest that you understand how other people learn language. Especially me. I think it has been very, very clear that my experiences I cannot project onto others. Like, they do not have my experiences. How does it feel to grow up in a household where the primary language you use is not written or taught anywhere in the country of your origin? Like, not my parents' country of origin, my country of origin, which is the United States. And even then, if you go to my parents' country of origin, you might still not have the resources to do so. So how do you retain a language in which those resources are not available, in contrast to how English is presented to me? You make it work. I could enforce myself to learn those things that are reflexive of other things, like another language. So when someone goes around and say grammar is not important, like, well, you must hate grammar. Or there's something that's creating avoidant behavior for grammar. And then someone's like, well, if you say grammar is important, that means it's kind of like suggesting you have to study grammar all the time. It's like, well, you must come from a situation where you only think of the least amount of actions you can take in order to get to a solution. But that's overcomplicating things. If you are studying grammar and you're doing SRS and you're reading books, isn't talking to a native speaker and reading books going to fulfill all the other roles? The answer is no, because they all exist. Like observational evidence suggests that they all exist, but they work functionally in some way. Now, they could be redundant with each other, but that doesn't mean they're useless. If you are speaking to, like, if you're a grammar teacher, right? If you teach English grammar as a native speaker, you teach English grammar, then I would say someone who already teaches grammar would be able to integrate Japanese grammar lessons for themselves because they already have a lifestyle that is adapted to learning grammar anyways. So whenever they're preparing their grammar lessons for English, they can frame that in the context of Japanese grammar. And now, in my opinion, you're using your adult ingenuity to make it part of your lifestyle. Yeah, that is doing the same thing, but not moving to Japan, right? You're making your life all the things you already actively do in order to get closer and more exposure to Japan. Rewriting your life is definitely close to a kid experience, right? It's forcing obligation. Embracing all Japanese all the time is having someone dictate to you that you should uproot your life and change all the context and force yourself to change the entire context. So yes, you can act like an adult and you can embrace all Japanese all the time by changing your entire lifestyle to meet that. If you're successful, then your adult self achieved it, not a kid. Because a kid wouldn't choose to do the hardest thing possible, like one of the hardest things possible. You're trying very, very hard to make Japanese part of your life. And I applaud people who are able to do that. I think, in my opinion, from a motivational standpoint, or even a logic or psychological standpoint, that is so hard. No wonder it works when someone is able to do it. Like, think about how hard that is. I can't even imagine replacing every second of my life with Japanese right away. Like, all Japanese all the time. You're lying to yourself if your target language is Japanese and you were able to achieve that. You can do it in steps, or move to Japan and maybe even like divorce yourself from all your previous friends and your family and then start a new life in Japan. You might be able to achieve all Japanese all the time, in theory, idealistically. But instead, I would argue, even with all of that, you'll still be doing some translating in your head. So, all or none strategies, oof. I admire people who have that dedication and diligence. That is commitment. That is something that I can't achieve myself. And I relatively think I'm fairly disciplined. I'm quite disciplined, I would say. I think That's what PhD stands for. A lot of times, having the discipline to commit to something obligatorily, whether you like it or not, and all the ups and downs. But selling immersion learning as a primary product to a target audience, targeting an audience that are not mature enough to be adults yet, that's not a bad or good thing. Staying youthful means that you can embrace things with full commitment. There's no like baggage of adult interference, right? So if you can get a person who is less intellectually mature to embrace your all or none strategy, it'll work like gangbusters for sure, because they're fully embracing it with no tether, no interference. And then if you're able to also recruit adults who are successful, those adults, they are the most adults I probably would encounter, because somehow they uprooted their entire life to embracing a cult-like approach, as opposed to adjusting their lifestyle to slowly accommodate something. And it takes time. I think the accommodation is what creates fluency. Fluency is when it becomes part of your life, not, in my opinion, how many vocabulary words you know, how much, like, how many certificates you have. It's when it becomes quote unquote easy, right? You don't have to think about it to use your language. That in the adult mind, what promotes that feeling is when it becomes part of your life, right? You no longer think about having to say, you know, "ii desu ne," right? You don't have to think about it. It's part of your life. As a kid, it's going to be part of their life regardless if they want to or not. You're going to get that F in Japanese if you're forced to go to Japanese class. So since you're forced to do so, you're forced to problem solve and critically think about it. So one of the greatest obstacles facing an adult mind is when you choose to do something, do you have the experience, the problem solving, critical thinking skills to commit and be consistent? If you're looking for an excuse to blame a system, probably not. The answer is probably not. I would probably suggest integrating it into an obligation, like going to class, paying something. Paying something works really well for an adult. So like if you're looking at a program and it costs like $300, a one-time payment, $300, all Japanese all the time, that $300 can be an incredibly strong motivator to try to commit an adult brain to getting the most of your value. Paying is a great motivator. Other than that, you can do other things. Marry someone, or have a child or have a friend who really, really loves Japanese, and you say, I want to stay really, really good friends with this person. Let's learn Japanese together. There are quite a lot of sources to create discipline. I think if you hate something, and that's enough, that if you hate something or you don't have time to do something, and those are enough to convince you that it's not worth it, probably not the greatest decision-making tool. Maybe try to come up with strategies that can make it possible. I hate things until I like them as well. So one of the greatest parts about the adult brain is also having the ability to still do things you don't want to do, and actually even have the chance of liking the thing after doing it. I think kids will quit before they even start. Well, they'll start and then they quit. Not long after. You like soccer for like the first 3 months and then you realize it got old, then you move on to football. Yes, I said soccer and football in the same sentence. And that's kind of how language learning works. If you're vibing to French and then you're vibing to Spanish and then you're vibing to German, eventually you're going to have to make an adult decision to commit to one of them. And that involves all the experiences that you've had, not in the moment. Because if it's in the moment, then you'll keep doing the same thing. So if all the languages are boring, that is probably a great indicator that one is not synthesizing their experiences. They're not learning from their experiences. They are repeating their experiences. So if you're learning Japanese and you quit and then you start again and the same result happens in the same exact way, yeah, you're learning like a kid. That's no way around that, in my opinion. I would concede then you are truly learning like a kid. So if you're saying you hated English grammar and then you finally got to Japanese grammar and you say you hate Japanese grammar, then yeah, you're most definitely learning like a kid again. Because that's exactly what you did as a kid. If you're saying, oh, I just realized I kind of like Japanese grammar because it provides a structure, but I didn't feel the same when I was learning English when I was younger. Adult brain. Adult brain. That's what makes the experience different. You are no longer that child. If you keep surprising yourself like that, maybe there's a little bit of adult brain, maybe a lack of self-awareness there. But I always love the story when someone had trouble with college, right? And then after 6 or so years, they went back to college. And they're like, it's so different. Like, I absolutely love it. Like, I feel so great of what I learned. Adult brain. Adult brain. Not kid brain. Kid brain relies on their instincts, their intuitions, largely. There's a very, very small room for emergent experiences. They usually have the same thing occur over and over again. So if you failed the first time, you're likely to fail the second time, then the third, then the fourth. There is some element of intuitively learning from multiple failures, and that can still work. That's why we grow up and be successful at some time. You can bash your head against the wall and pretend like you never leverage your adult brain. You can choose never to change things. You can keep doing the same thing again and again and again. And adults do that. I do a lot of things that I do the same again and again and again. I brush my teeth the same way again and again and again. I go to sleep relatively the same again and again and again. The stuff that works, right? So the results are reproducible. And at the same time, I'm trying to improve it little by little. Because the nice thing about having previous experiences is you have them as a point of reference. So, excuse me for this long digression, but I wanted to set up my thoughts about where I think if someone were to come onto the stream and they're like, well, technically you didn't get that review correctly because you got it wrong the first time. Or technically you repeated the same mistake 3 times and it looks like you're doing the same thing all 3 times. I'm trying to explain that probably. No, I didn't get it wrong 3 times in a row the same way. I tried to think about it in a different way and I still got it wrong. So now I'm gonna try again and think of a different way. And no, I'm not discarding why I got it wrong the last 3 times. I'm learning to see if I can come up with another solution that avoids the 3 ways or like uses the nature of the 3 ways that I got it wrong to get it right next time. And all of this accumulates. You're focused on, okay, so if you get it wrong by method A, Is there any other way you can get it by method B? Come up with method B. How does that complement and relate to method A? Then C, then D, and at some point, it probably get to my goal, and I'm like, okay, this is good enough, right? And if all else fails, I rely on the thing that I do as a kid. See it enough time that it becomes permanently ingrained into my memory, at least for the short term, right? For the short term. And I think that is usually my fallback. The last thing I want to do is think like I'm 13 years old again. That is my last resort, not my first resort. And interestingly enough, what's really funny about this, at least internally, figuratively, or poetically funny, is that is being marketed as the first step to learning a language. The first step is to abandon all of your discipline and all the things you know about yourself and fully embracing something that may be an incredibly high effort. And I totally agree. The feeling of effort is going to be extraordinary for immersion. And what are the success rates? I would say it is far less effective if someone was actually successful at thinking like a child when they're doing immersion learning. I think they are far more successful, but people don't report it as a success, is when they are able to leverage their adult discipline to follow through. So when you follow through with like AJAC, like all Japanese all the time, then you did it. That's easily one of the hardest things I've ever seen someone do. I don't do that, so I can't even tell you if I can. Like, what I mean is, I don't learn language because I abandon all my existing languages. I learn language in the context of all my existing languages. And then that target language eventually becomes context for my existing languages. I like talking about English grammar again, or have a reason to talk about English grammar because I'm studying Japanese grammar. And vice versa. I don't live in Japan, so I do things that I naturally do all the time. I watch English content, so I think about Japanese. I watch Japanese content, so I think about English. Occasionally, if I'm lazy, I just think of it in one language. Yeah, it happens. It definitely happens. I'm working harder to do these things. And that, to me, is what leads to fluency. Not some life hack that tries to make everything super easy. I don't think most people who sell life hacks even say it's easy. They would suggest that it's a way to get there, but they don't often talk about the perception of ease or hard. They just provide guarantees. And I agree with you. If you can convince someone to uproot their entire life and abandon their native language, you as sure as heck better guarantee that the result is true. So, but it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in my opinion. Because when you use the person's product like that, they're going to say, oh, you failed because you didn't do it correctly. Like, well, yeah, obviously. Because the thing that they're asking is, how do you learn Japanese? Only speak and write Japanese while learning Japanese. Pretend like your native language doesn't exist. And you need to use another native language. So, yes, in that mindset, you already did it, if you can. If you can abandon your native language, it removes the problem. Or what they think is the problem. Isn't that crazy? I think that's so logical. You present your product, and your whole product is to convince the people to never use any other interfering information. And you nailed it, right? You place yourself in a situation where you have to use your target language and your native language doesn't exist. So your target language becomes your native language. That logic's out. It's very logical. Can you achieve that? I like to think there are people out there who is able to achieve that. I cannot, in my opinion, maybe I choose not to. I cannot turn a blind eye to how ridiculous that sounds. It is spending a lifetime of cognitive dissonance to achieve something that gives up many years of my life. Like I'm not going to entertain the idea that learning Japanese requires me to abandon my interest for English or my interest in general for language learning. It's almost as though I would say, this is going to be a super hot take, all Japanese all the time reminds me of a cult message to people who don't like language learning. It selects for people who don't like language learning. They like speaking Japanese though. They like the Japanese culture, the Japanese language, like using the Japanese language, but they don't like language learning. And I like language learning. So what, I'm actually quite agnostic to whether it's Japanese or Chinese. The reason why I chose Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish is because it's already part of my life. So I'm not uprooting anything. I'm not doing what other people are scarily successful at. Like one day they just tell themselves, I'm gonna make myself feel bad every time I use my native language until it's not my native language anymore. That is incredibly impressive. Also, it's not surprising that those people have that group have more frequencies of projecting negative sentiments onto other people. I'm not saying it's a lot. I'm not saying the magnitude is a lot, but of all the groups, the most extreme behavioral requirements often result in a devout projection of negativity on other people. So if I had to tier who are the most toxic or aggressive in my experience, immersion only people. Without a doubt. Like no contest. No contest. Anyone who has touched a grammar book, like even touch pattern recognition, or an SRS, is lower than the aggressive nature of someone who says immersion only. Or just say you should try immersion. Like immersion is the GOAT. Immersion is the best. And it's not a bad or a good thing. Again, it's not bad or good. Is it appropriate for me? No, it's not. I don't want to have my friends who have no interest in learning Japanese to be like, hey guys, I'm doing this immersion only thing, so I don't have time to hang out because you guys speak English. So I'm gonna go and make friends with Japanese people. I mean, like, we had a good thing going, but since you guys speak English, I really need to uproot all my priorities and make sure that I'm constantly engaging with Japanese. And you might be thinking, wow, that sounds a little extreme. No, it doesn't. Because kids, younger people, stop liking watching native content, and I'm not talking about native Japanese content. They stop watching native content in their native language. They ostracize other people who they used to be friends with because their priorities have been uprooted. The ideal case is to target someone who doesn't have friends in their native language already and then you keep promoting opportunities for them to create behavior that makes all of the stuff that they currently do unattractive. And then you come back and you see me talking to someone saying, I don't understand why my native language is so boring and uneventful, and I really dislike the way my native language sounds, and I only enjoy and be happy when I'm speaking and learning my target language. That is an emotional and behavioral consequence of putting effort into the thing that sucks all the effort out of everything else, right? If you love Japan so much, you're going to love it so much that you're willing to leave your country and go to Japan. In fact, the fastest way to learn something is probably to remove every source, like they said, and I agree, to remove every source that would interfere with the acquisition of Japan, like Japanese. Even the culture. If you remove the culture, it would still accelerate. Like, you go to Japan, then you have an infusion of Japanese culture. You will no longer have to negotiate and deal with the interfering culture, which is your parental country, right? That is most definitely the fastest, efficacious way. This is the most consistent, reliable, and healthy, and motivating, and have other consequences way of doing things for an adult mind? No, absolutely not. Absolutely, 100% not. It is, in my opinion, arguably very concerningly violent mentally, like inside, violently mentally excruciatingly required of the person. Is asking so much of the person. That's so crazy, and yet that is what people do. And that's so brave. Like someone, you know, I have, what is it, 5 people now are considering moving to Japan, and 3 of them are temporary, but they really want it to be permanent. One person look forward to moving to France because of French. And then there are examples in the other way. So there are a couple people who work in education, and they know that there are Spanish speakers around them, and like Italian people and whatnot. So they learn based on their lifestyle that exists. So that's the pragmatic way, right? That is shocking because pragmatism is not applied universally. It's impractical to uproot your entire life and expect that you will have the highest chance of success. That's like, my mind explodes when someone says the best way to learn a language is to uproot your entire lifestyle. Maybe the most efficient way, I agree with you, and some people say that the most efficient way to learn Japanese is to uproot your entire life and make it all about Japanese. I agree with that. Is it the best way? If you're a 13-year-old and your parents are paying for everything and you have no other obligations or tether, and your parents happen to be Japanese, and I mean, you might as well already be living in Japanese. Yes, it is probably the most pragmatic way, but it is the most ill-advised, so illogical way of learning a language. If you think uprooting everything about your current life is the best way to keep you consistent in learning a language. Like, so basically make your life inconsistent as possible in order to be the most efficient way of learning a language. Like, can you even do the first thing for like a month? Can you even do it for 2 months before you tear your entire current lifestyle apart to meet something. Like, I understand when someone says, try to do all Japanese all the time, 1 hour a day. And that 1 hour a day is your free time that you're not obligated to use your other language. So during that 1 hour, be the most open-minded possible. Be the most active possible in that 1 hour. What is that 1 hour? Do it then. And then the rest of the day, you know, the rest of like the 15 hours you have to do, maintain your lifestyle. If your lifestyle falls apart, it doesn't matter how long you do like 1 hour a day or something. Your needs are going to come before that. Unless you identify as a need for Japanese, then we're talking about a different story. If your need is tied to something you choose to do, that's a different behavioral problem or behavioral thing that you might have to contend with. But advertising, man, it has been a huge concern lately for myself after interacting with a lot of people. It's they say things that feel like they're so emotionally detached from what's happening, like things that I would say is pretty obvious. I have to accept that it's not obvious to others. Like, why do you hate your native language and not, like, if you're learning something, right? If you're 16 or 17 years old, why do you hate your native language, but you like a language you choose to learn? It's because every time, like, it might not explain everything, but one of the obvious things that would come up is because you're forced to learn your native language, or you're forced to do something, and you might not be interested in it. And then the thing you choose, you only do it when you want to. So behaviorally, the thing that is most consistent with your lifestyle is somehow turning into the thing you hate. And the thing that is most dissonant with your lifestyle is the thing you like the most. To me, that's dysfunctional. It can become very, very dysfunctional. You can spend most of your time hating yourself and then only attaching priorities, likes, and lifestyles to things that you don't need yet. And I think products like these make you feel that way. They want the product to encompass your lifestyle, not eventually become part of your lifestyle. They want it to uproot your lifestyle. So if you're asking me, what are the quote-unquote best methods by my standard, like my huge different metrics, so I'm having different metrics. Usually I focus on sustainability. It's definitely not a method that requires you to change everything you're currently doing immediately. If it requires that, then in my opinion, it's not teaching you how to manage, how to do that. Right? It literally doesn't tell you how do you manage that. Like, how do you achieve all Japanese all the time? You might be thinking, well, they give you lesson plans. That's not achieving all Japanese all the time. That's telling you what all Japanese all the time is. They're telling you what it is. They're leaving it for you to achieve it. It's different than having a teacher saying, okay, so today, try to find 15 minutes to review for your homework. And then when you have your homeworks done, let's try to go over, like, let's try to quiz what you learned. And then if you're having problems, let's try to find out ways to increase the efficiency of, like, the retention of that. Let's brainstorm some solutions. To me, all Japanese all the time and immersion is like just immerse. Okay. How can I immerse if my friends speak English? Get rid of them. That's a solution. Distance yourself from them. Go find Japanese speaking friends. And then you're wondering, I don't understand. All my friends are less interesting to me now. Yeah, because you're selling yourself. They don't speak Japanese, so they're probably gonna be less interesting. Or I don't understand why my friends are always getting angry at me, or they like ghosted me now, like because you probably find them less interesting. Like it goes both ways. Do you talk to them in a different way? Did you change the way you talk to them? Like, no, I just talk about Japanese all the time when I'm with them. Are they interested in learning Japanese? Like, no, but I'm interested in learning Japanese and I need to get my Japanese in. Like, well, I think that's called a conflict of interest. That's a conflict of interest. So what does that remind me of? Someone who plays Fortnite and have Fortnite friends, and then suddenly they want to play Apex Legend and they're no longer friends anymore. Because the other two, or like the other friend wants to continue playing Fortnite and you want to start playing Apex Legends. Then you go make Apex Legend friends. Right? And I think when adults, the people that are preaching like certain products that are all or none, I think they're a lot younger. So for me, or at least inexperienced. And for me, the conversation would assume that whenever I meet like an older person, their perspective is like, oh, okay, so I find like 30 minutes in lunchtime to do this. So I'm going to practice this because it's convenient for my lifestyle. And then when I get home during dinner, I spend like 30 minutes doing this. One day I want to visit Japan for a year, see what it's like, and then see if my family wants to do that. And then if I have like a optimal period in which I can retire and I can go to Japan. But before that, in the meantime, I will continue to find time to study grammar when it's convenient. And so that's what that looks like, in my opinion. That's what happens when someone is successful. At those individuals are far more likely to be successful at acquiring another language. Not the, I mean, far more successful as in like have a higher frequency of being successful because they're slowly adjusting to it. Those who are successful in uprooting their entire life, their efficiency is no contest. Their efficiency is going to be off the roof. Like there's no contest. You can't do anything if you don't know how to communicate with another person. So you have to learn to communicate. I just find it really odd that you could lie to yourself, and I truly mean lie to yourself. I truly believe that if you think you can be self-delusional enough to think that you never translate in your head, and you can do that from day one because someone told you you can convince yourself that you're only using Japanese all the time, then that leads to a different type of behavior. And one of my behaviors that I've encountered is this idea that they never do something and they always do something. 4 different instances in my experience. Someone said that they only input for 3 years, right? Only input for 3 years before they visited Japan, and then they went to Japan and never used their native language. I've met 3 instances with 3 different people who claim that's what they did. To me, that's great that it worked for them. Like, my first thought is, awesome. I'm glad you are satisfied. You think that. And then they told me I should do that too because it would work for me. And I'm like, and my first like most rational thought is, I don't think it'll work for me because I don't believe you. I believe you are lying and you are delusional to yourself that you were able to input the whole time and being able to prescribe to the immersion approach without ever once doing something that you said you are not. At some point, you had to use your native language in some context. You can tell yourself you relatively have done it. That's perfectly fine. Like for 3 years, you only input Japanese. So what were you doing? Were you inputting Japanese the whole time, or did you spoke English? Or like, did you do other things? Did you eat in Japanese too? Did you input eating in Japanese? Or like all the other side? What happened all the other times? You telling me that having a thought about Japanese is not an output. It's an output. Like when you're like, yesterday, oh yeah, yesterday I think I learned, onegaishimasu. That's an output. A thought is an output. So but these 3 instances, they were able to say it so confidently, like it's true. And my first thought was, I would probably be more likely to talk and accept someone who isn't trying to convince me of my own realities. Like, it's very tough to connect with someone when they fundamentally have problems believing what you're saying already, right? And that's happened. Did you not? The whole input only thing? I don't believe that is possible. I think they're trying to say that when they're going to do input, they're avoiding outputting. That's fair. That would be a very reasonable way to say it. Like when you're studying or you're reading, you're focused on input predominantly. Any other time outside of that, if you're suddenly recalling something, that's an output. You're recalling it. It's outputting what you've read. So if you're not counting the rest of your life, then tell me, because most of the time when I think about providing advice, it's usually in the context of someone's entire life, like what they're doing currently, right? So when someone says, I don't understand why I hate English, but I love Japanese, like what are you doing when you're hating English? And what are you doing when you're learning Japanese, right? Does it happen to be that whenever you're learning Japanese, you're also playing a video game? Does it happen to be when you're doing bills and things you don't like, you happen to be learning your native language, or you're doing your native language? Because that is context. That is context for the learning experience. So providing advice on language learning, especially a life skill, I would say remotely has quite a bit of a like association with your lifestyle. Yeah, sorry, long digression. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Most of this came from Japanese, so Chinese enthusiasm is a lot lower. Like you don't really encounter people who learn Chinese too much. And then Spanish is very different, because Spanish coincides with English, like the United States. So the depiction of Spanish and English is that it's very common to have people around you in an environment that deals with that language. In Japanese, it's not. It's typically an uprooted thing, because you either are in Japan or you're not, right? You could be in like a specific city in Brazil, and that's kind of close, And then yeah, no, there's not really that much in the United States. So very different context. In Spanish, it's like, well, we say this, you say that. In Chinese, we say this, you say that. There's a form of an association, right? And then Japanese is this nebulous thing. You're either in Japan or you're not. So a very different context, very different mindset. And it's reflected in my conversations with people, especially the Japanese one. Is it openly toxic? I think the word I would use is passionate, but passionate with a lot of cognitive dissonance. For better or for worse, I suppose. I think there is some silver lining to cognitive dissonance. If it's able to get you the achievable results, then maybe it's not so dissonant enough to affect your lifestyle, right? You can what was that phrase? Fake it until you make it. That is a very great way to demonstrate cognitive dissonance in a functional way. Like, if you don't believe in yourself, you can choose to convince yourself it's true, and by coincidence or by sheer force, or it boosted enough to be sufficient to achieve your goal. So if someone tells you you're slow and you're saying, no, I'm fast, and you can say that enough to promote gaining speed, or however you want to go about it, then it can be functional that way. I'm not sure how consistent that line of thinking works for a healthy lifestyle. I'm more of a lifestyle person. Crazy. This has been recent thoughts. Mania, if you will. All right, let's get to Monix. What time is it? 9:40. Okay, 9:40. Okay. So pool, animal, public, well, art, talent, and bar. And let's do our reads. Ichigo. Ichigo. E. Okami. I. Re. Sotsu. Yo. San. Shu. Ko. Ki. Kan. I. Nen. Setsu. O. Zai. Soku. Matsu. Zan. Eki. Yaku. Ge. Ki. Sho. Se. Kaku. No. Totsu. Ga. Un. Gan. I. Gan. Okay, and then we have two things today. Oh no, I already forgotten it. Okay. I don't remember it. Oh no. All right, let's go find it. Let's use let's use a side thing. Go to G-Show. There we go. Okay. So we have Korobu, right? Korobu. Oops. That's terrible. Korobu. Oh, what did I say I was gonna add to this? This is to fall over. Oh, we're taking the boo. I'm gonna say, wow, we can work on the boom from hitting the ground, right? Hitting the ground. We can also do boo. And then falling over from being scared. Right? Okay. Then we have Sasaeru. Sasaeru is... That is not how that works. Oh no, wait, that is how that works. Right. Sasaeru. Sasaeru is going to be to... Thanks, Uni. Okay. This is to support something, right? And I think we're going to change this up. So, in order to support something, we gotta build supports. So we're building supports. Building support. Gotta take some saws. A pair of saws. A pair of saws to collect branches, or in other words, wood, to build the support, right? To support something. That's what we're going to use for this one. It's a bit elaborate. However, we kind of going with it here. All right, folks. That's a wrap for WaniKani for today. If you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Yeah. I welcome. Everyone's always welcome to come on by, stop, share your dime in a dozen, you know, your diamond in the rough words of wisdom. Share some counterpoints. I would love to hear some counterpoints. There are quite a few people who offered counterpoints, and I kind of collectively keep them in my bag, because if I present a topic or a narrative, I can use those counterpoints to offer alternative perspectives that are not my own, right? That's what we're here for. I had maybe, what was that, 2 hours? We took 2 hours, 2.5 hours to offer some counterpoints to what I feel are overrepresented, strikingly overrepresented perspectives on language learning. And it's been wonderful seeing what other people think about language learning. I don't share most of those feelings. I'm starting to learn how to develop a sympathy and or an empathy for them over time through these exchanges. So feel free to come on by every once in a while, offer a counterpoint, and have another digression, right? So for now, for all those who are only interested in Japanese, minasan mata ne. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第141天。It is day 141. Yeah, we're getting into the groove of things. Let's get into our lessons quickly.
父亲
父亲 father and relative, right? Getting so many ways to express family members. 父亲 makes sense. Need to remind myself. Kirby, infirmary. Waddle do. Alright, waddle do. Color guard. And then relatives bring tree. Oh, yes, got it. Alright. 他对父亲很 respect. 尊敬
他对父亲很尊敬。
尊敬 respect 尊敬你父亲每天几点下班 Drop work
父亲规范
规范规 is right, goofy. Oh no, not yes, goofy walking eyeball. Outside regulations. Okay, and fun, which is the model, the model car. So norm regulation model. A norm is a sort of implicit regulation that we model our behavior after. Yep, standards. Oh boy. 社会规范社会规范 what is that supposed to be? That looks kinda something big. Is it just me or it looks slightly different? Wait. No, wait. That's the buffalo thing. Oh, is that really tan hide with a road? Do I have tan hide with a road? Sure. I don't think I do. 被社会规范违背 another way. Oh no, the closest way we have has Slenderman in it. All of these are way. That's interesting.
违背社会规范
违背社会规范 violate 违背这个行为不we could guess 不合符合社会规范 符 okay a switch in the tone 符合 conform 符合
规范预报
Okay, Yi is one of the weak ones from yesterday. Yi, so that's beforehand, right? So before report forecast, yes. In advance report, yes. A forecast is something that shows a report in advance of the event actually happening. Yes, predict. 明天的天气预报是晴天。晴 or 晴天？晴天。晴天。Yeah, sunny. 气象 interesting. 气象 another way to say weather. 气象 makes sense. 气象预报明天有雪 OK. Oh boy. Silver tree. Gun, right? 跟 something 最近的预报。根据 interesting 根据最新的预报。
预报。血管。
血管 blood pipe vessel. Yeah, that makes sense. An artery or vein. Interesting. Yeah, vessels, arteries, and veins are different things, but curious. 它的血管 a branch and stick. Not sure about that one, nor or that. 破累了。No 破累。Very fine, so narrow. I see narrow. Interesting. 血管。维氏。You don't look like Wei. You're a different Wei. 维系 not 是维系血管。维系 maybe like this is very high, like maybe intensity and narrow. Very fine.
血管。表达。
surface 达 attain expression, yeah, or expression. To express yourself is to change the surface of your face with words to help others attain an idea of what you mean. That's fine. To convey, to express. 充分表达事项是还是细 no 思想 oh no wait, I got two things mixed up. This is SpongeBob in the rice field with the heart, huh? 思想 C is with a dot. There's a drop. 思想 I just thought 思想表达充
分表达思想。
Wait, that's fun instead of fun. Interesting. I think that's a tone change. 充分 or no, maybe not. That might be a tone change actually. 表达人们的 yi gan. No, I'm just kidding. Oh no. Yi yang. Yi yang, yeah. Yi yuan. No, yuan. Yi yuan. Wishes. Yeah, yi yuan. Wait, how did yen work? Oh, it is wish, yes.
表达
表达，表达，嘛。
父亲
父亲，
预报
预报，What? Wait. Oh.
规范
规范。
表达
表达。
血管
血管。Destiny, to carry life or to carry fate. Your destiny is the route your life will carry you to, or fate. Yeah, to carry fate. 命运 命运 yeah, 命运你相信命运吗？
你相信命运吗？
学习中文是我的命运。命运有时候命运有时候是跳 no it's 误法 right we just got 误 yes 误法命运 no 无法what are you is something the unpredictable. Oh, it's 无法. Is that a tone shift? I think that's a tone shift, right? Pretty sure it's in the basement. Yeah, so that's a tone shift. 无法. Oh wait. Just kidding. 无法 would be I need another character. We're missing the coyote. We're missing the coyote. So it's still 无. Interesting. 无法. Okay, so we have maybe like 3 characters that we can pivot because they're a tone difference from their parental character. What the heck is this? 侧. 侧. Do I have anything that's close to 侧? No, not really. That one. Oh.
命运
命运. 命运.
义务
义务. Okay. What E is justice. Justice task is our duty. Our duty is a task that you must do for the sake of justice. Obligations. Okay. 义务. 公民的义务. Yeah, 公民的义务. 互相 fingers and groom. Not that I'm aware of. And then 羊的义务，羊的 互相抚养的义务。Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess each other, sort of, each other. 抚养 support each other. 抚养的义务. And then 互相 is mutual. 教 okay. 教 maybe 说 no 教 something 的义务 税 交税 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 交税的 pay taxes 交税 interesting.
义务
justice and listen
母
test.
亲
母亲 of course, mother. 他对母亲很 oh no, respect. What was respect? I don't remember anymore. 尊敬你母亲 yeah 你母亲 yeah so they swapped it out, right? 你母亲每天几点下班？
母亲
oops, I said the wrong tone. 母亲
预计
预计 before calculate expected. Okay, that's or calculated in advance. Something is expected if it's calculated and will occur in advance. Yes, estimated. 他预计每天会到 Do I have 到达 right 到达 Nice arrive 到达明天的气温预计会下 a foreman and a buffalo and a hill. Not that I'm aware. Jiang. Jimmy Neutron, bathroom, chapel, foreman, buffalo, and borders. Not that I'm aware of. Tomorrow's weather or tomorrow's temperature. Tomorrow's temperature is expected to be low or to drop. Oh, okay. 小雨预计小雨 less than. Oh, another way to say it instead of 以下 Oh no, 以下 not 比下 下
预计正义
Justice. No, correct justice. Still justice, but justice. Correct justice. Justice. 力气正义
立持正义，
oops, 力持 not 力气力持正义 the power to support uphold okay or achieve support justice uphold 江毅在我们这边哦，也就是说那儿在is this? It's probably Wei. Wei Jiangyi. Wei Jiangyi are what? Fight? Are Jiang? Yeah, Wei. Instead of Wei. Wei Jiangyi are Jiang. I feel like we're gonna get this eventually, right? There are quite a lot of vocabulary words that are available to us now because of our characters. But since we're restricted to 20 lessons a day, we can't. I'm encountering words that we can complete now, but they're not part of the vocabulary rotation yet, which is kind of nice. Kind of feels great, you know.
正义
正义. Occasionally we get freebies. I call them freebies is because like, oh yeah, we've seen this enough in context sentences. How do you work? Stop.
命运
命运.
"预计
Ah! Wait, what happened here? Oh, I wrote the wrong tone for what's this? What's Yi
义务
义务
正义
正义
母
母
亲
亲
直达
直达 straight oh what was this 直达 straight attain straight non-stop. Okay, route goes straight to a destination to allow the passenger to attain their desired location as fast as possible. Non-stop. Okay, 直达 直达 another phrase for train. What is that for train? Oh wait, a skeleton. Are you serious? 立车 oh 累车 it's kind of close to Li. That's why I guess. But 累车 interesting. For 累车 火车 of course. Yes. 火车直达火车直达上海 stop to
直达规定
规定 regulations determined or set. Regulations refer to formal regulations are set in place that must be used. Oh, what was government? Something fu. 降富. Let's say 降富 something 定了 sure 定了 I don't think that's sure 定 oh my gosh, there's so many words. What is this? And then we have 格 something 格的规定 yeah 政 oh 政府政府既定政府既定了严格的规定 The government has established strict regulations. So strict 严格严格 and establish 制定了 then 政府 government. 请 something something follow. What? Yikes. What am I looking at? 请遵守游戏 Was that the same 游戏? Oh, game. Yeah, that is the same. 游戏规定 okay. 不合理的规定 不合理 Oh, 不合理 Oh yeah, we just got rational yesterday. 合理 Okay. And we're negating that.
规定
Okay.
管道
管道 Pipeline. Oh, I like it. Pipeway, pipeline, 管道 管道 Tubing. Interesting. 这些管道用于运送 Really? 运送天热气 Oh, 天然气 天然气 Natural gas. Yeah. 运送 which is transport, checks out with Japanese. 运送用于 use. So 这些 these 管道 pipes 用于 are used 运送 transport and 天然气 natural gas. Heaven, so air. So the air that comes from nature, I suppose. Natural gas. 这条管道 就是这条管道 管道跳 for the counter. 工人们正在 wait, hold up. Yeah, 修理 工人们正在修理城市下水道的管道 construction workers right now repairing in the city water supplies pipe underground under the city. Yeah, so city underground, I see. Underground and then water supplies pipeline. The workers are repairing the city's underground water pipelines. Okay.
管道谈
to discuss. I kind of thought we already had tan. Oh no, that's Japanese for done. Okay. Inflammation. Usually contact with fire results in a burn mark. There's a legend though that if one stacks 2 fires and walks through the makeshift fire portal, one gains immunity from all inflammation. It leaves a cool fire tattoo on the back of your hand too. Inflammation. Be gone. Inflammation. Oh, I see. Alright. Sure enough.
谈
Inflammation, huh? With words. Tarzan is inside the pawn shop, working as a sales clerk, because everyone works at the pawn shop. His boss is discussing with him his attire, which today is the same as always, only a loincloth. places Tarzan. The boss is fed up and is drowning Tarzan with the inflammation of words. Each word that comes out of his red-faced boss bursts into flames, landing on Tarzan, burning him slightly. What a heated discussion. Aha, heated discussion. Okay. That works pretty well, actually. 谈话 会谈 talks 谈判 pan is to judge, negotiate, discuss, judge 谈判 畅谈 I don't know the manner of speak 谈吐 instead of saying like kota kota, using like way or direction instead, or manner, like a method or a way of speaking.
谈 直达
直达
规定
规定 I typed the wrong thing.
谈
Okay.
管道
Oh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Walter White is in front of the bakery. I'm not gonna use house for this. We're not gonna use house for this for the most part. Walter White is in front of the bakery, walking around on the lawn. He sees a small house sticking out of the ground in front of the house, in front of the bakery, with a flag flying above it. Sticking half out of the house is a mole. It seems to be its home. Walter gives the mole a bit of... Walter White cooked up a batch of croissants and gave one of the croissants that he had in his pocket to the mole, or on his way out of the bakery, right? Purchased some baked goods, and he noticed a small house sticking out of the ground with a flag on it, and gave the little mole a nice little treat, since he's put his cooking days behind him, right? He basically spends most of the time in the bakery now. 房屋 house 木屋 cabin makes sense. Wood tree tree house cabin, not a tree house. 屋顶 I got nothing on that. 屋瓦 tile, oh roof tile, that kind of makes sense. Oh, this has aspects of a roof, but not in the aspects of a roof, but a roof. Like the figurative roof. Like having a roof over your house, or having a roof over your head, or a house. So roof. Say roof a couple more times. A thatched cottage. Okay. Thatched.
屋据
Gee. Evidence. Oh, this is to complement our yesterday's character, which I promptly forgot until I see it again. Julius Caesar. Oh. It had Julius Caesar. A saber. I think it was... I think the tiger was on the left, no? I don't know if this is contiguous. I feel like it's not. So, I think it was this. It was a saber here on the right. It's gonna come up in an example. Julius Caesar is in a bathroom of the house, taking a bath with his pet tiger and pig, of which he was reenacting a drama. Right. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, no, I think so. Suddenly, a finger barges in and gives Caesar certificate evidence that certifies that those are indeed his official royal pets. Okay, in which Caesar takes the evidence, which strangely has his signature already, and hangs it on the tower rack. Okay. Pretty sure. Oh no, it's not. Oh no! I don't know which I'm referring to now. Zheng Zheng was evidence, right? Oh no, I'm not thinking. I'm just thinking of drama. This just looks like drama. The right hand thing. Zheng was the evidence. How did this work? Zheng was secret entrance in the bathroom. He has a nuclear can of beans where there's a bunker hidden with the access of a secret where. Yes. Zheng. Nope. Remembered incorrectly. Chu. Chu is number or minority or number evidence data. Alright, that's fine. 据说 it is said that. So evidence say it is said that. Okay, that's fine. Those are pretty good.
锯
Yeah.
杀
Sha sand. Alright, you're gonna have to help me with this. A few. Okay, Shrek is in front of the auditorium, which has a no sand allowed signpost in front. Unfortunately, Shrek is covered with sand left over from the mud he's always has on him that has dried out. Okay, that's fine. He shakes himself like a dog and sand sprays in every direction. He then tries to enter, but the bouncer won't let him in, pointing at Shrek's forehead, which still has a few grains of sand on it. Alright, I think I'm okay with it. Yeah, I this one's pretty good. This one's pretty alright. Sand beach. Shatan. Okay. Shafa. Yeah, Shafa. Now we got the Shafa, but that's kind of funny. Sand down Shafa. Shamo. Desert. Nisha? I have no idea. Nisha. Oh, I don't have reference for almost all of these, except for Shafa, but Shafa is a phonetic.
杀 群
Ching. Ching. Which looks quite like Ching. Okay, Quasimodo is inside the sick hall of the infirmary. How did the other Ching work? Where he worked as a janitor. Okay. Unfortunately, a crowd of sheep have all flooded the sick room, bothering the patients. Quasimodo walks around with a rake, hitting all the sheep in the mouth to try. Yeah. Oh, the other thing has something to do with hitting sheep. Oh, Quasimodo was the one in a suit hassling other people. That's right. Quasimodo walks around with a rake, hitting all the sheep in the mouth. Now it's his turn to try to crowd control them. He slowly ushers them into the exit. Yeah. Xingzhong. Crowd plus crowd equals masses. Xingzhong. Sheqing. You know, it makes sense. Qingtao Island, Crowd Island, Archipelago. 人群，人群，人群, people, people crowd, still a crowd, a pack of, oh, makes sense. Long. Okay.
群缺
Shit. Oh, that is, okay. Black. What was lack? What was the left side of lack? Oh no, that's an entirely different character. A clay pot. Wait, how's this different from a can? Oh no, wait. This WaniKani was can. A clay pot with can. Just in case. At the top of the mountain. Okay. At the top of the mountain is a sundial. Okay. That sits on top of a clay pot. If you remove the sundial lid, you see that the clay pot is filled with rich mountain soil. Oh, that's pretty good. I see the soil too. Interesting. Okay, I got you. I got you. Very elaborate though. Like, this doesn't line up with a lack in Japanese.
缺
Che. Quasi again. Quasimodo is in front of the electricity plant when he suddenly sees a boulder rolling towards him. Lacking anything else, he grabs the clay pot that is right next to him and puts it in front, hoping that it will stop the boulder or derail the boulder. Naturally, the boulder rolls over his lack of defenses and squashes Quasimodo before breaking through the wall of the electricity plant. Okay, so a sudden boulder. This is kind of tough because I don't feel like it could be anyone. Well, kind of sounds like a Goofy thing too, or a Tom thing. This one's tough. We'll see how well it goes. Shortcoming, 缺点, the lack of point. It functions very similarly. A different character. 缺小. Makes sense. 缺起. Got nothing on Qi. Oh, there's the lack character. Tian. Tian Che. I was looking for Tian. Che Fa. Okay.
缺
It's gone. Oh, I'm thinking of something else.
句 屋 沙 缺
The heck was the... What's the definition? No idea. Oh, right. He lacks defense.
Qing.
All right. All right, let's try to lock in. Few more components. Man. Okay.
社。吃苦。
他挺能吃苦的。
Oh, no, wait. That's just hardship. That's just hardship.
空气。
我们需要空气来呼吸。
What? What? I don't know. I gotta think about that one.
中学。
他是一位中学老师。
布鞋。
他穿着布鞋。
What? Oh. Wait. Like Koichi, what is going on? Okay. Alright. Crisis averted. Oh, dang it. We're back in the pits again.
快餐。
快餐店。
就是说。
也就是说，别白费劲了。
How do I do 也就是说 It's kind of hard. In other words, that is, even though, it's not good enough. I don't like in other words. That is pretty good. I'll try to get in other words next time. We're not gonna prioritize figure of speech. Whoops, that's not that. That's a booklet. What? I gotta think about the mnemonic. I have to pull the mnemonic back out for that one. I typed the wrong thing. Oh my dude. How am I misspelling that? Oh. No, I hit the wrong. Oh my gosh. I need to get back on the endure? It's endurance, but it's still to bear hardship. It's hardship. Gonna make it acceptable.
算了，
他不想来就算了。
背镜头
学问是没有尽头的。
The heck? It's like do as much oh, end. This one needs help. That one needs help. Yeah, that one definitely needs help. Oh my gosh, I typed wrong. I'm typing wrong. I'm typing
大哭不
wrong
已。
tones. Very 镜头. So, how do we do exhausted head? Explain. It doesn't explain end at all. Simply exhaust all the lengths until you reach its head. I disagree with this. Maybe like exhaust everything that's in your head is to end something, to come to an end. 镜头. Block this. Oh, that's cool.
北京
北京的冬天真冷啊！
Please.
看来
看来他很忙。
What?
取胜
他相信他能取胜。
只好
下雨了，我们只好回家。
月
What? I keep typing the same thing. Hold up, hold up. We need to bring back mnemonics. What is this? Soldier, net, shellfish, and word. Dumbledore? In the house. Actually, I have no idea.
黑猫
可爱的黑猫，
I wrote the same thing twice. Or 3 times. I think.
简单
事情并不像你想象的那么简单。
Oops.
立刻
我接到你的电话，立刻就来了。
沉追求
他追求的目标，
读书
他从小爱读书。
Wait. I need some help here. What happened to Du? Dumbledore is inside the living room of the house where he's trying to read. He sits on the couch with a book he is reading. When a soldier suddenly comes in with a bunch of shellfish in a net and comes in with a bunch of shellfish. That's a typo. Net and sits next to him on the couch. Dumbledore reads about aloud as the soldier happily listens to his words that float around the word while Dumbledore reads. The soldier snacks on his net full of shellfish. That explains a lot. There's nothing to place Dumbledore in there. And then not a could say like he was reading, cast a spell. How many duels do we have? 读书, 读音, 读者. We're okay. This is not working. Maybe he enchanted the soldier with his mesmerizing spell read from the book or something. Keeping him entertained. Or reading the book. Or reading. Okay. Let's see.
定 文件
这些文件要收存好。
I hate. Oh man. Oh, those ones are. They're all over the place.
半天
我等了半天了。
I need to sort them out.
检查
他过细地检查了所有的安全设备。
What is happening? Wait, what is happening? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. That's not that. Do I pass for now? Can't think of what this is part of. I barely can think of anything. It's gonna push for now.
结婚
他跟谁结婚了？
It's some sort of like piece, article. It could be paragraph, clause. I already tried clause. Could also be like. Oh no, not again. Like, no, there's no way. I'm just gonna pass on this. Yeah. Oh, it's our festival. Neutron is inside the electricity plant where he works. They are celebrating an electricity-related festival. There's a generator. Each employee holds a bamboo stick made of silver at the end of... Yeah, that's awful. I can't. So I would need like 春节 to in order to remember what that it means festival. So yeah, I can't figure out that's Jimmy. Which is a sacred postage stamp at the end of which has a sacred. Oh, now we have two that are a problem. I think this one is a big problem. If Jie is the only thing we have. Yeah, but I guess I should remember 春节 and 节日. Oh, okay. I remember. This is the traditional character. Okay. Yeah. That's gonna go on the cycle. The vocabulary words are not a problem. The character is in isolation. Oh boy.
起诉，
他会被起诉的。
他会被起诉的。I legitimately I don't remember the right hand thing. I mean, it's sue for sure, but I don't remember the right hand thing. Accuse? Oh, is it he broke the axe? And then like the magic stick is the axe is accusing him. He dropped the hoe, yeah. Okay. What? Oh, that's true.
个性，
这个孩子的个性很温和。
It is nature and personality, but okay.
属性，
那是他的领导属性之一。
Along? I have no idea. I have to pass.
啤酒，
Oh, almost all of these are kind of like blurring together.
感性，
你相信自己的感性吗？
No, that's perception.
武术，
他在中国学了2年武术。
I don't know. I have no idea at the moment. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. Huh.
胖子，
那位胖子正在减肥。
It's like an article, document, yeah. I'm gonna write article, which is still a document. I think article is good enough. I think article is what we're gonna use to block this off. Difference between like a paper, document, and an article. A piece of writing.
搬家，
你可以帮我搬家吗？
The heck? Oh.
鸡汤，
我喜欢吃鸡汤。
知己，
我们知己已经很多年。
Know each other? Okay, acquaintance? Intimate? Okay, that's fine.
理性，
他是个理性的人。
Oh, it was a different term actually.
大概，
大概15到20分钟。
发胖，
我不要发胖。
结，
The heck? Oh, typo. Oh, this is perception.
正，
What? Oh, what is that? Wait, hold up. Oh.
给，
Oh, maybe it's characteristic. It's gotta be characteristic or an attribute. Yeah. Okay. I think I could actually pivot to characteristic and feature as well. Attribute is a great word.
围裙，
他穿上围裙开始做晚餐。
Yep, that was the saber, alright.
剧， 超短裙，
你不能穿超短裙去学校。
搬运，
他们正在搬运家具到新公寓里。
How do I Okay. Fine.
架，五，背，
Oh, this is not the quilt bay. Bay means something else too. Huh.
停留，
我可以停留一晚吗？
伤，
Oh my. Sorry.
足球，经历，
个人经历。
Oh, I can't spell veil. I don't want to talk about it.
黑，刚刚，
他刚刚走。
What?
.花束，
一束芳香的花束。
Oh, that's true.
病人，
他是一位病人。
内，山羊，
山羊在山坡上吃草。
It's still a mountain goat. Oh, don't you even not mountain goat me. Goats are mountains. Don't even.
存活，
他在地震中存活了。
防火墙，
防火墙设置。
古典，
古典风格。
古典。
树，
Ooh. What? I need to think about that.
不，左，任何，
我不会讲任何外文。
任何 is the weakest. That one is. I still am not so sure about that. What? Oh.
流血，
你的鼻子流血了。
It's not blood, it's bleed. Why did I type blood? How did this even work?
巧，
At some point, I'm gonna end up forgetting that somehow. I don't think we use qiao in any like meaning way, other than being a sound thing in chocolate. Chocolate.
石油，
我们去野外探测石油。
公务员，
公务员的工作很稳定。
故事，
我不相信你的故事。
Wait. No! Wait, what? How do I keep getting this mixed up? Wait. Hold up. How? It's getting a little nippy. I thought I was on point. Oh, what are you? Are you a wallet? Oh. Are you like a bundle? I'm not even sure if you're a bundle. Are you a poodle?
足，行，
How? How did I? Oh, just kidding.
白云，
I forgot
蓝
to
天白
type the
云
N.，
好看极了。
I forgot to type the N. That's my bad.
海水，
你绝对不可以喝海水。
What are you? Could be a tiara. No, that's not a tiara. I swear it's like a bundle. Sorry. Hold. I can get this. But it's kind of like a wallet. Is it a purse? I swear this is a purse. Don't even right now. I don't have time for this. Don't even. No. A purse and a wallet. Don't even. Uh.
锅，
I'm just kidding.
恐龙，
恐龙的化石遗存。
儿时，
我不是去上海，而是去北京。
病
It's merge and combine. Don't even combine me. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna add that. 啊，
恐怕
恐怕是
combine, coming. Yes, that's exactly it. Oh, wrong. Yeah, just kidding.
借直升机
直升机在天空中飞行。
比分
That
把
was
比分拉平。
the 比分. That one fin had a tone change. It became a 2. Interesting. 把比分拉平. Oof, I have no idea right now.
税
Oh, this could help me with the other thing. Or not. I'm drawing a complete blank right now. Yeah, I have no idea. Oh, I hit 3 instead of 2. I missed the 2. That helped.
补习班
他在补习班教英文。
It's not that, right? No, it's not that. I don't know. Hold up. Oh wait. Maybe no. Ugh. Hold up. There was a time when I knew this, but now there isn't. So we got a point. This is the left one. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to come back to it.
"名牌
他喜欢穿名牌服饰。
Stop giving me this so soon. Beefen. Okay. That was okay. It came to me eventually.
同事、
我跟同事一起吃午餐。
Maybe like colleague.
手指、
我割伤手指了。
The heck? I don't actually know what that's saying. That's what I mean. I'm not sure what that was expressing. I'll come. Maybe I'll figure it out later on.
改善、
我想要改善我的健康。
冲、生、
I. Oh. It's right. I mean, I don't need to again. It's fine. And this was a fat finger, right?
朝代、
汉朝是中国历史上最重要的朝代之一。
Okay, yes. What are you? I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't even know what it means. Like, there's absolute blank. What is this? Okay, this will alleviate all the other things, right? So I think the root problem is what is the root problem of this thing? The two things, like the beanstalk and the shellfish, that is the problem, right? Because this isn't giving me the character. I don't know the initial. The initial is the problem. And without the initial, how come I don't know what the mean? I have no idea. I don't. This is ridiculous. It's responsibility. Oh no. It's Zelda. We're blocking this. Yeah. No. Yeah, this is the Zelda one. We're blocking that. Need more vocabulary words. Hopefully there are more vocabulary words. I know what it is. At least I think I know what it is. I guess we'll find out.
卫生、
这家餐厅的卫生不太好。
Guard? Wait. Guard life? That's not it. Oh, 卫生, hygiene. If I remember correctly, it's 责任.
责任，
责任重大，
That's still responsibility. This character is way too common. Way too common. That help. A grain stock. 面. I'm all sort of flustered now with that character. What I want to say is probably like complexion or face. No. Yeah, that is a problem. I think grain stock and shellfish is a problem. I need more resolution.
"害怕，
别害怕，
修，责，烟，玩具，
这是我最喜欢的玩具。
尖，暗，面积，
计算员的面积，
What the heck? 面积? Like, I don't know. I don't know what this. Oh. Oh, I didn't think of accumulate. Yeah, I couldn't think of accumulate. Yeah. Or we'll add that to the list. I don't know. We're gonna block Zo out though. Zo is not gonna improve. It's a block. I'm not sure. T, I think that's our only T. Have to look. We have weaknesses because of exposure. Yeah. Speaking of weaknesses, this one's the other one, right? Yeah, this one's the other one.
杂草
我花了一天时间来清除杂草。
Most of the Zelda ones are, especially the Zelda, yeah, most of the Zelda ones are incredibly elaborate, but they're also not descriptive enough to be Zelda related, like this one is too.
"念念不忘
要有多坚强，才敢念念不忘？
Oh, what? Everything's everything's gone. Today is gone. One of those days. Yeah, it's just, oh my gosh, today is such a, all gone. That's supposed to be... I just have nothing. Nothing. Oh, wait. I do have something. No. That's not it. So this will be fine because it will give me volume, right? It's volume and surface area that I require this. Volume and surface area? Yeah. So we'll pass one off in order to get the area and volume, right? They're related to each other. But the other thing is kind of tough too. I don't really know.
景
Yeah, I don't know what this is. No idea. This is a pass too. Oh, Nyang. We're blocking this out. We're not reviewing this until we get more Nyangs. Oops. That's not fortune's wealth. That's how you spell rat.
皮
Yarn? Oh. Whoops. That's asking for meaning. Excuse me.
叫
Oh. Ding.
低价
低价住房，
I lost it again. Just immediately it's gone again. It has something to do with this character. The right side just throws me. Hang on.
娘
Yeah, see, that's... Wait. What? It doesn't take girl or ma? Yeah, this... Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're blocking this. That one's awful. We're gonna block it out with repetition. We got a bunch of stuff that kind of suck. Yang is definitely really terrible, terrifying even. Festival. Jie is a bit of a sore spot. And then, okay, so we have accumulate. T. The. I swear, man. Whenever I get directions from my parents, it's like, oh, you just do this, and I'm like, what do you mean just do this? You can't just do that. There's no just do that. It's like too oversimplified. Simplified. Like, just go on and ask the right person. I'm like, what right person? How do I know which person is the right person? I gotta figure it out. Okay, so we have 4 problems. We have the, because there's nothing about that character that relates you to Zelda, which sucks. And then Jie? What's wrong with Jie? Jie sucks because there's nothing that deals with Jimmy Neutron remotely related to that one. And then E, that doesn't relate too much with Jimmy Neutron as well, but that one's a little closer. So we have, so that's 3, right? Jie, Ji, De, and then technically 2 vocabulary words. One with Mian, which is surface area, and then volume, T, 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 and Du was weird today. That should have been fine. Yeah, today's been a rough day. Been really rough. still one more. Fine, I think those are good enough. So we need to place the initials. We're missing the initials. All right. Inflammation. The heck was this? Clay pot. On. Yeah. Woo. Sha. That's not it. Chin. Chin. I think so. Chin. And this is Che. Che is terrifying. Okay. Wu Qing. Yu. Yu Bao. Gui Fan. Gui Fan. Norms? What? Y'all? Uh-oh. No, 表达 express. Uh, 协协官协管协管命运 Is it 命运 or 民运 命运 Okay. Yu T. Okay. 义务任意母亲职 Okay, I gotta get faster at that. 指导规定管道 Alright. Actually had two from yesterday that was weak. Don't remember them. Gotta go look. Alright. So Tarzan in the pawn shop. Boss discussing yelling at Tarzan for his dress code with inflammatory words. Wait. We have Julius Caesar still in the bathroom hanging out with Tiger. I don't know. I gotta see if it's two separate things. I think that it is two separate things. Tiger and Pig. And a finger comes in, right? A finger comes in and hands him the evidence. Documenting the evidence that of these are his royal pets, which also participate in his drama. And we have Walter White. I'm still placing him in front of the bakery, where he's exiting with some baked goods. He notices a house. In the lawn with the flag. It was to a mole, so he gave the mole a bit of a treat from the bakery. We have Shrek. Shrek outside the auditorium, trying to get in, but there's a no sand policy. So he tries to shake off the dry mud, right? The dry mud, sand, for her being allowed to enter. Okay, then we have Quasimodo. In the infirmary, where he is in charge of maintaining the peace until a crowd of sheep. Crowd of sheep entered. So he begins to guide them out, guide the crowd out by slapping them sheep in the mouth with a rake and herding them, crowd controlling them out. Okay. Kind of related to something else too. Another chin. Skirt chin. Jun. Jun. Okay. So Quasimodo again in front of the electricity plant. And then suddenly a boulder this one's gonna be suddenly a boulder comes by and without lacking any defense, he pulled up whatever he had, which was a clay pot, and it didn't stop the boulder from crushing him. Right. This one's gonna be rough. Alright, and then we can derive all the roughness from the lack of an initial context. So this one is one. Right. Jie. Jie has no context for the initial festival. Festival is kind of tough too for this. So how do we do this? So we have to place Jimmy Neutron in the electricity plant during a festival. That's so rough. There's just no way other than remembering. So we're just gonna reinforce Jie with Chunjie. How does that relate? 节日 festival day. Maybe we'll say they're hosting a Ben Franklin Ben Franklin celebration in the electricity plant. Right. Which Jimmy Neutron will be most definitely keen to participate. It involves holding silver rods. Right, silver rods. Or silver rods attached to bamboo sticks. With I guess postage. The postage would be something related to Ben Franklin. That's the best I got right now. If I need to fall back. This is one of those, like, it just happens to be blocked for today. It won't happen most often, but we have one of those days. And then we have Ja. I think Ja follows the same thing problem here. Ja. I think this also has a problem of being overpowered by this standing alone. It is overpowered by a lot of things. So this is the and there's nothing to place Zelda in this. And it's also an electricity plant thing as well. Oh, that's not. Shellfish. So the shellfish helps out. Not to get it confused with the moon stuff, which is where my confusion came from. I was mixing it up with the moon bottom. Do I have... And then this is also combined with our other one that is a little bit confused, which is adding the beanstalk. These are all recent, which converts these two to T, right? T, which I forgot is accumulate. And accumulate for what? For a science experiment. The cell for a science experiment, which still deals with Jimmy Neutron. And for Zelda, it's a responsibility. And it had something to do with making the shellfish, making organizing the shellfish, let's say, to burn grain stalks for electricity. I think this one's probably gonna be a 1. This one, maybe not so much. And then with with T, we have mian. Mian ji. And also I have to combine that with T. Oh no. How does T work? T is kind of complicated. Yeah, it's bone, steak. Yeah, we have a lot here. Oh, and that was not tree, it's I need a grain stock. And that's beanstalk. Bean tea. Okay. I wrote the left side correct there. It's bone. Good. Moon. Stock. Dang it, I forgot again. Beans? Your body is rough. And stock. And then beans. Right. So this is surface area. I gotta tie it in with volume. Yi and Mian. With Ji. Okay, how many shellfish stuff do we have? Probably have to look at radicals. Shellfish. I think we can go off components. We'll take shellfish. And then... Oh, shellfish doesn't pivot properly. So we take this shellfish. And how many do we have? I think the two we're concerned about is Zhe and Ji. Only Zhe and Ji. Jia is fine. Jia. Mai is fine. Mai, Gui. Oh, and Du. I think it's just these two. So we don't have any additional yet. These two are relatively new. Got some rough patches today. So, yeah, that's okay. Jie, I think Jie and Zhe are one-offs, but Ji is not. Although I can use Zhe, so we're gonna connect. We're gonna connect Zhe into D. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do. There's also a slight problem with Da. Da. Da is super complicated too. I think it was lid, conga line, conga line, possibly cross. Right. Lid, conga line, cross, and turkey. This bottom. Oh, no, it's not. It's a tree. Because she's finding random. This is miscellaneous. Finding random miscellaneous stuff. And then the other one is Jiang. Which is internal organs. And I don't remember everything about internal organs. Internal organs is like internal organs, moonflower, and general or squire. That one's okay because it's so complex that I'm not used to writing it at the moment. So might as well layer them on top to reinforce some stuff. So there's miscellaneous for Jia, but then there's also Jiang. And Jiang is moon, flower, squire is surf, with a spear. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, it's a waitress. Oh, yeah. Heckin' waiter. Okay. Alright. I haven't written this character at all. So we have moon, flower, yeah. That's ridiculous. Let's write it bigger. Moon, flower, and I'm pretty sure it's this stroke. And surf. Oh, it should do that first, then this. Right. And then you spear it up. That's internal organ. Jiang. Okay, that's good enough. Some extra practice. Hopefully tomorrow goes a little bit better than today. That's for sure. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. Gonna watch this later. 谢谢. Please feel free to follow along. HanziHero for yourself, right? I went really kind of hard on digression during the WaniKani session. No need to read. Here. Put in extra time, try to find some connections, or just talk about things. When rough things come up, recalling them, adding some information if you can, and like break it down. Always nice. It reinforce for the future, right? You're more than welcome to come on by and tell me how you remember how to write this character. That's really messy. I should really figure out how they do waitress into spear. Yes. Yeah. Always welcome. Have room to digress, right? So for those who are only interested in Chinese, right? 大家下次见. I'll see you next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Spanish. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 61. Y uno is day 61. We are back from our every other day. Last time on Duolingo, going shopping. So we have some new words. So we got palabras nuevas. Ovidar. I think it's Ovidar. And elegir. Those are two verbs. To forget and to choose. Only had other things. Done. Primero. Segundo. And tercero. Now I place the things in parentheses because I read up again, and I don't know about segundo, but primer, it's primer in front of a masculine noun, and if it's used by itself, if it's acting as the pronoun, right? Primero. So that is also true for the unit's grammar. So algun and ningun. So these are used when they are in front of a masculine noun. Otherwise, alguno, ninguno. And then we have alguna, ninguna, os and us, right? That's the clarification that I required a little bit. Dig into old grammar, right? Use some grammar. Then we had ciento, to contrast with dos cientos. To start counting up into the hundreds. Oh, and there's último. What else we got? Pobre. And then using buen, which is quite similar to algun and ningun in front of the masculine noun. Actually, I'm not sure if I'll have to keep an eye on that for buen. Because I'm not sure if it matters if it's masculine. Because it's not buena if it's feminine. I'll have to keep an eye. Because these are dependent. I'm not sure about bueno and buen. Oh, and then negation, since we were doing negatives. So negatives, no in front. And not when it's not acting as a pronoun. When it's acting as a pronoun, you don't need the no in front. And then there's also other trigger ones. Nada. Anything. Nadie. No one or anyone. That's it. Might be. Well, we'll take another look. Then we had our podcast. Our podcast was a modern purchase. Something like that. Modern purchase. Modern purchase. And that was indeed Osgood. And what did this person purchase? A guitarra. That's about it. I purchased a guitarra in una tienda de música. Right. It's an ordinary, not a priceless artifact, right? That's it. I don't think there was anything that popped out or anything. Yeah, not really. No. Let's get to our lesson. Or our practice. This is our review day. All of this is supposedly practice. Let's look at if I missed anything. So it is Ovidad. I missed I. That's fine. I is I. We hear I all the time. Okay. Yep, that's it. Alright. Pretty good. Alright. Time for our practices. So second day, right? In the two-part thing. Second day should be largely focusing on review. Plugging up some places, any weaknesses.
Noche de pizza.
I don't remember how this worked.
Junior, ¿qué quieres comer esta noche?
Is it about exercising?
¡Pizza! Tengo 8 años.
Oh.
Siempre quiero pizza.
Yeah, Eddie tries to make pizza. And then it took them forever.
Perfecto. Podemos hacer pizza.
O podemos llamar y comprar una pizza.
Pero hacer nuestra pizza es más divertido.
¿Divertido para ti?
Divertido para nosotros, padre e hijo.
Está bien. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer?
Muy bien. ¿Puedes buscar harina, agua y sal?
Está bien.
Ahora lo mezclamos todo.
Eddie y Junior mezclan la harina, el agua y la sal.
We didn't get mixed yet. Mezclan.
Esto es muy difícil. Y yo tengo hambre.
Y ahora tenemos que esperar.
¿Tenemos que esperar?
La masa no está lista.
¿Y cuándo va a estar lista?
En 2 horas.
Junior mira a Eddie.
Voy a comprar una pizza.
¡Eres el mejor papá del mundo!
Podemos, hijo. Mezclamos. Comprar sal. Okay. Oh, it's after midnight already. Yikes.
Noche de pizza.
Excuse me.
Junior, ¿qué quieres comer esta noche?
¡Pizza! Tengo 8 años. Siempre quiero pizza.
Perfecto. Podemos hacer pizza.
O podemos llamar
Pero hacer nuestra pizza es más divertido.
¿divertido para ti?
Divertido para nosotros, padre e hijo.
Está bien. ¿Qué tenemos que hacer?
Muy bien. ¿Puedes buscar harina, agua y sal?
Está bien.
Ahora lo mezclamos todo.
Eddie y Junior mezclan la harina, el agua y la sal.
Esto es muy difícil. Y yo tengo hambre.
Y ahora tenemos que esperar.
¿Tenemos que esperar?
La masa no está lista.
Oops. Oh. Every time.
¿Y cuándo va a estar lista?
En 2 horas.
Junior mira a Eddie.
Voy a comprar una pizza.
¡Eres el mejor papá del mundo!
Yep. Esta noche. Masa. Tengo hambre. They could always use it tomorrow, you know? Comer. Hijo. Okay. Alright, personalized practice. Here we go. No whammies.
Usualmente.
Usualmente hace buen tiempo en junio.
Este es el mejor restaurante del pueblo. Este es el mejor
Restaurante
del
del pueblo.
pueblo.
Bruno es el mejor estudiante de la clase.
Este es el peor curso de la escuela. Este es el peor curso de la gata.
Oh, Nakata. Escuela.
¿Quién es el mejor jugador de tenis?
El mejor jugador del mundo. Dúo.
Es el mejor maestro del mundo.
David es el peor
jugador
de
béisbol.
béisbol.
The weather hace tiempo,
Hace
hace buen tiempo
tiempo
en
julio.
julio. ¿Cuál es el mejor café en el pueblo, which is del pueblo? Oh, of the yeah, sure.
¿Cuál es el
El
mejor
mejor café del pueblo. Este es el peor. Maybe we can use cuarto. Ajá. Este es el mejor regalo. I don't have another word for regalo. Este es el mejor curso en la universidad. Los inviernos aquí son muy oscuros.
Los restaurantes italianos son muy buenos.
¿Por qué no
llamas a Carlos?
Los inviernos aquí son muy oscuros. Los inviernos
son what?
muy oscuros. Aquí, los inviernos aquí son muy oscuros.
Okay.
aquellos
vestidos caros son italianos.
Me encanta este pueblo porque es muy diferente.
¿Por qué no llamas? Okay, llamas a Carlos. We'll use no llamas. Me encanta este pueblo.
Porque
es muy diferente.
¿De qué color es tu carro?
¿De qué color? Claro.
¿De qué color es tu vestido?
¿De qué color es tu vestido?
Vestido.
¿De qué color es tu falda? Calor.
You heckin' I heard calor.
¿Tú amas a Diego?
¿Tú amas a Diego? ¿Diego? Heckin'.
Gatos.
Salsa.
Examen.
Imagen.
Lección.
Oh, I could use lección. Well, let's do a mí. Me encanta. Este. Oh, I don't know. Oh no, ¿es la imagen o el imagen? No recuerdo. So this quiero comprar. Ooh, can we do like comprarlo? I did too much. I did too much. Oh, la. Whoops. It is feminine. Hang on. We gotta try this. We gotta try this. Vamos a Diego.
¿De qué color es tu falda? Color.
Okay, I gotta try this. So, let's just be like a buffoonery here. So, a mí me encanta es esta imagen, right? Imagen. Y quiero, right? Quiero comprarla. Yeah. Oh, I've got the accent mark. That's kind of fun.
¿Qué
tiempo hace en Boston?
María, sigue 5 minutos
sigue.
más.
Sigue is continue. Sigue. Right? Maria, continue for 5 more minutes. Cinco minutos más. Okay.
Nunca nieva en
Nunca nieva en esta ciudad. Never rains or never snows. Oops.
María, sigue 5 minutos más.
I don't remember. Sigue. Yeah, I don't remember.
¿Cómo está el tiempo ahora?
The infinitive. ¿Cómo está el tiempo ahora?
¿Cómo está el tiempo? Está.
Nieva mucho en enero.
¿Qué tiempo hace hoy?
¿Qué tiempo hace hoy?
Los padres necesitan amar a sus hijos.
Is snowing a lot today? I guess you could do hace nieva. No? Hace nieva. Nieva mucho hoy. Nieva mucho hoy. Oh. Yeah.
aquel reloj moderno.
Want to do
Lo
something
compro
else?
ahora.
Hang on. Aquel reloj moderno lo compro ahora. Okay. Los padres necesitan amar sus hijos. Or yes, hijos. Asus. Oh man, I forgot the oh man. Ah man.
Señora, siga en la calle Aguilar.
Okay, siga gives me something to work with, right? It's seguir. Seguir? Yeah. No? See? No? Just look it up later. Oops. Señora, siga en la calle Aguilar. Hey, wait, hold up. How about if I can use son? No, estar. Let's say like estar ne. Oh no. This doesn't work because it. Actually, I don't know. Oh, nevando is nevando. Yeah, I don't need to switch. Yeah, that's right. I don't need to. That's a stem changing verb. Yes. Los we haven't gotten to it still. Experimentation.
Algunos niños no conocen la ciudad.
Oh, who knows? Something no conoce. They don't know the city? They didn't.
Algunos niños no conocen la ciudad.
Algunos niños no conocen la ciudad.
Algunos niños no conocen la.
Quiero visitar a mi hermano en México.
¿Qué lugares quieres visitar hoy?
¿Qué lugar visita hoy?
¿Qué lugares quieres visitar hoy? ¿Qué lugares quieres visitar hoy?
It snows a lot on. Okay. Nieva mucho. Cada diciembre. Let's try that. Cada diciembre. And I misspelled diciembre.
Mi esposa conoce a algunas mujeres aquí.
What?
Mi esposa conoce a algunas mujeres aquí.
Oops.
Mi esposa conoce a algunas mujeres aquí.
Okay. Los inviernos aquí están muy oscuros. Son muy oscuros.
Los maestros conocen países diferentes.
Different countries, but what How specific?
Los maestros conocen países diferentes.
Los países. I don't. I am. I'm having like a brain fart right now. All right. On países is a brain fart. Couldn't overcome it.
Yo siempre
Yo siempre ayudar.
ayudo
Ayudo a mis
a mis
padres.
padres.
¿Qué hace tiempo hoy? ¿Cómo está el? That's. I can make that work, but I don't remember how that works. ¿Qué hace tiempo hoy? I swear that is good enough, but I guess they want to be a little bit more literal. But I'm pretty sure I can say. There's no accent? Yeah. Oh, ¿qué tiempo hace? Whoops. I think I got that backwards. Let's find out.
Hace muy buen tiempo hoy.
Many towns. Many towns? Many? Muchos pueblos? Muchos pueblos en alemán. Son bonitos. Oh, de Alemania. Oops. No, that's German. I went with. Oh, that's fine. De Alemania. Of German. In German. My bad. Alemania. That's right.
Nosotros visitamos a mi abuela.
A veces.
A veces.
¿Qué tiempo hace en Londres hoy?
Yeah. ¿Qué tiempo hace Londres hoy?
¿Qué tiempo hace en Londres hoy?
Do? ¿Hacemos? ¿Hacemos? Hacer. ¿Hacemos? Muchas cosas en junio. Oh. Okay,
Alberto ama a Fernanda.
What?
Alberto ama a Fernanda. ¿Por qué?
Porque tú nunca visitas. Are we doing it? Visitas a Diego? Diego.
Visita Diego.
El maestro le enseña música a los niños. El maestro le enseña música a los niños.
Oh, she said, oops.
Mi novia
I wrote
conoce a
maestra
mucha
for
gente.
no apparent reason.
Mi novia conoce a mucha gente. Mi novia conoce a mucha gente.
Oops, gente.
Ellos, usualmente.
Usualmente visitan a Gabriel los sábados.
Sábado.
No llueve ahora.
No. Oh no. Llueve ahora. Yeah. I didn't get back to that one example. I really wanted to see if they accept that as an alternative.
A mi nuevo
gato le gusta dormir.
Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros.
Some libros.
Yo no tengo ninguno de esos libros.
Estos son mis últimos
$20.
Esta es una casa completamente nueva.
Oh, I forgot completamente, actually. I missed the syllable again. Compré pan. What? Compré.
Necesito 122 pesos.
Wait. What? Oh, wait. Oh. I was typing the whole thing. Tengo que elegir. La último, el último boleto.
Es la última semana de estos precios bajos.
Ellos
no son pobres. ¿Qué? En esta tienda no hay ninguna ninguna camiseta para mí. Nadie viene.
viene a esta tienda.
Ay, pobres niños.
Pobres, not probres. Ay. Pobre gente. Is it pobres or pobre? Okay. ¿Te gusta alguna camiseta?
Alguna.
A mí no me gusta
Ninguna.
ninguna camiseta de aquí.
Esta es una casa completamente nueva.
Las
camisas para hombres están en el segundo piso.
Primero,
Primero, segundo, tercero.
Girar.
Tengo 200. 250 pesos.
el tercer piso está cerrado.
Tercer, because piso es masculino.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
I was not paying attention.
Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo. Ayer nosotros pagamos en efectivo.
Roberto es un gran amigo.
Es un buen restaurante.
Bebimos un mal café allá.
No tenemos ningún café.
Because it's masculino. Yeah.
Señor, ¿usted ya pagó?
No puedo olvidar el dinero.
Usted tiene que ir al primer piso.
Primer, masculino.
Quiero algún vino bueno.
What? What?
Quiero algún vino bueno.
Quiero.
Quiero algún vino bueno. Quiero algún vino
That's
bueno.
Bueno. Oh my goodness. I keep thinking they want to open up some good wine. Jeez. Hey, Luis.
Duo.
Duo no
olvida.
Olvida nada.
Nada.
Nada. Okay. Fair enough.
La tercera tienda tiene
muy buenos precios.
Vamos al segundo piso.
Vamos al segundo piso.
No puedo olvidar el dinero.
I heard no money, but
No puedo olvidar el dinero.
no puedo olvidar el dinero.
Ay, pobres niños.
Ay, pobres niños. Ella compró el último boleto. None of us. Ninguno de nosotros. Ninguno de nosotros ir de compras. Or no, queremos. Oh no, it's ninguno, that's right.
Quiere.
Quiere ir de compras. Right. Ninguno.
Él no quiere ninguna de esas camisas.
I missed the first one. Maybe like el quiere ningún de or ninguno de hacer camisetas. Ningún de camisetas. I don't know. I didn't hear.
Él no quiere ninguna de esas camisas.
Oh, camisas. Okay. Close enough. Not really close enough. Puedo elegir. No puedo. No puedo elegir. Gosh, please. Ah! Okay.
Necesito 122 pesos.
I just heard 200.
Necesito 122 pesos.
Oh no, not even. 122. 22 dólares. Or pesos.
Necesito 122 pesos.
Heck, I missed the accent mark. Roberto es un gran amigo.
Tú nunca olvidas nada.
What was it?
Tú nunca olvidas nada.
What? Nada?
Tú nunca
olvidas
nada.
That gets lost. That gets lost just like yesterday. No improvement. That gets lost in the Ovid part gets lost somehow. It's like it never existed. Nadie viene a esta tienda. Mi abuela siempre olvida sus lentes. They are the last. Son las carteras, right? Las últimas
carteras.
La tienda. Tenemos que tienes que comprar alguna fruta.
No hay nada en el tercer piso.
No hay nada cerca del piso.
No hay nada en el tercer piso.
Oh, el tercer piso. Wow, I heard that wrong. It's like, oh boy, my listening comprehension is gone today. Fine. In due time.
Estamos en el tercer piso, no el segundo.
Estamos en el tercer. No, el segundo.
Yo compré unos zapatos y 2 camisetas.
El tercer piso está cerrado. Cerrado. I can't do it.
Ella tiene que elegir uno de los vestidos.
Ella. Ella elegir? No. Ella tiene que elegir vestidos. Vestidos de... Oh, no, I don't know.
Ella tiene que elegir uno de los vestidos.
The heck?
Ella tiene que elegir uno de los vestidos. Ella tiene que elegir uno de los...
Okay. Mi libro. Oh,
nuevo.
They want mi nuevo. Mi nuevo libro es sobre
mi viajes.
Este es un buen par de zapatos.
Come again?
Este es un buen par de zapatos.
Like that? Oh, I forgot the indefinite article again.
Una botella de vino con algún queso bueno.
Bottle of wine is good with some... Wait. Oh, that's not even with some good wine. Cheese. With some good cheese. Ella no quiere ir salir. Salir con nadie.
Ese abrigo cuesta 200 pesos. Ese abrigo cuesta 200 pesos. Ese abrigo cuesta 200 pesos.
Ese abrigo cuesta 200 pesos. Yo nunca ir yo nunca voy voy a olvidar forget that. Eso hoy? Oh, that day. Whoops. I was thinking differently about that sentence. I misread that sentence in English, actually. Ay, pobre mío. Okay, ay de mí. Ella compró. Guess we're gonna do reloj. Algunos relojes muy caros. Where'd you guys go? Ella compró unos relojes muy caros. Oh, they actually wanted unos.
Necesito alguna camiseta roja.
¿Algún something de rojas? Or un de algún rojas? I didn't hear.
Necesito alguna camiseta roja.
Oh. Alguna.
Necesito alguna camiseta roja.
Sorry.
Solo tengo 130 pesos.
I genuinely do not like the way they're writing in English here.
Hay un café
en
en
el primer piso.
Este es un buen par de zapatos. Este es un buen par de zapatos.
Okay. Yo nunca voy al olvidar ese día. Voy al olvidar. Oh yeah, just omit the yo. That's fine. All right. All right. Let's do some review. I like this. We're pretty much on the hour, which is good. My ears are really bothering me. Hopefully it's okay. I'm not dying. Sorry. All right. So let's do our palabras nuevas, right? Palabras nuevas. Yeah, primer, segundo, tercer, último. Right. We have our algún next to our ningún. Alguno with the S. And ninguno. S. Alguna. S. Ninguna. Ninguno. Ningun. Oh, wait. Yeah, ninguna. Okay. Nada. Nadie. And we have some modifiers. Mal. When. In the beginning. Right. And before. Nuevo. Gran. To be placed in front. Also. Ninguno paired with no. Before. Antes de. Right. Ciento, 200. Then we have olvidar. I guess we can do olvidar, which is paired with recordar. Recordar was introduced previously. And then elegir, I don't think there's any opposite of choosing. Maybe to not to choose, but that's just no negation of elegir. Completamente. Completamente. Which can be paired up with things like usualmente. Anything else? I think we're fine. Technically, there's a little bit more like reminding about aquel, right? Versus aquellos. Aquellos and aquellas. With the S in parentheses. These are kind of related to ningun and algun. They kind of function very similarly. Yeah, I think that's fine. Pretty good list. Pobre. Pobre and I. That's good. All right. So let's look at our podcast. Or the day after. What do we have? Shopping excitement. Feels like a shopping excitement, right? Feels like a Lily thing. When people are excited, Lily is not. Do we have a Falstaff? Marketplace bargain. The heck? Marketplace bargain. I mean, it could still be Falstaff. There's no bargain in the bear world. Just take. And then we have our adventure. A computer for Lily. So there is a topic that I want to talk about, but maybe I'll just talk about it at the end when we wrap up section 3. But there is a controversial or somewhat controversial topic that's dealing with like the future of lessons and how they're removing stuff and changing stuff, because technically the mobile version has removed entirely something that was in it before that I really like, and I have a feeling it's not actually some things that I thought were synthetic. I don't think they were synthetic, and it applies to the whole Vikram thing, the Vikram podcast, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's kind of hard to know though retroactively. Anyways, there you have it in our section 3, unit 22. I think there are 28 units in this. 28, so I'll talk about it at the end of section 23. At the section of 3. At the end of section 3. In the future. Maybe more developments will come by in the future. Did we cover everything? I think so. Yeah. Alright. There we go. That's a wrap for Duolingo Spanish. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. As always, feel free to follow along. Duolingo is free, after all. Your mileage may vary on how you enjoy your experience, but for now, I welcome, chiming in and maybe educating me or entertaining me on how you're engaging with Spanish, right? In different ways. We've already mentioned a bunch of times about dreaming Spanish and the whole immersion thing, right? Or the whole idea of like immersion and balancing the concept of comprehensible input, etc. So we're not going to belabor that point. I kind of make that point really stringent in the context of Japanese, but not so much Chinese or Spanish, largely because the localization of regional differences and regional learners and different countries, the spread of Spanish is remarkably different in terms of its concepts and point of views. So not as prominent as Japanese. And Chinese, we have the whole segregation of different types of groups playing, so it's kind of like the opposite of Spanish. And I guess Japanese is more like at the interface of transitioning from something that what is like Mandarin in terms of geopolitics and distribution, and then becoming something more like Spanish, French, and of course English. But there is certainly some growing pains in transitioning from a mindset of monocultural projection to a multicultural perspective. I think Spanish and English inherently, including French, inherently has a multicultural cultural exchange type of normalcy versus the projection of monocultural through things like Japanese. Anyways, more about that in the future, I suppose. I'll probably talk about that in another 50 days or whenever this is complete. I think they're all gonna line up around 50 more days. Let's see. It takes about 2 days, right? And every 4 days we'll complete a unit. So there are what, 7 units left? 4 times 7 is about 30 days, and then that will be a little bit before the 100-day stuff for WaniKani and HanziHero. And we're also staggering soon. We're gonna start working on trucking along the next half of Duolingo Japanese. I still got to figure out how I'm gonna negotiate that with the time changes. All right, and yeah, enjoy. Feel free, welcome, offer your counterpoints, exchange some ideas, do a little bit of cultural exchange and learning exchange, right? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Hasta luego a todos. See you next time.